That was because of all the stories and all that. But once you go that route, I just miss you from my.
What's up?
How are you?
What up?
What's wrong with you, nigga?
Nigga, damn. What the fuck? Tripping.
Hey,
What up?
uh, huh?
What's good?
You, what's up?
You suck. What?
He's 98, but he entered home hospice care this week. Yeah, it's sad. I don't, no, I don't want to hear about the states and their partner countries.
Get free quiz.
Now in Ukraine, fighting has intensified. Now in Ukraine,
Fighting has intensified in the east between Russia's mercenary Wagner group and Ukrainian forces. Wagner claims it is taking over.
What's good, man?
Nothing much. Just chilling, having a bit. What's about you?
Man, I'm trying to figure this stream shit out.
What's good, man?
Are you streaming?
Yeah, I'm trying to, man. It's been rough trying to set this shit up. You streaming?
No, not now, and never before.
You just be rocking the headset?
I am here just for small talks with decent people.
Alright, boom.
You have a sign on your whiteboard. What does it mean? Newera TV.
That's my YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I will look it
Huh?
for it.
You said what?
I will look for your channel on YouTube.
Oh yeah, man, sub, man. Make sure you tell a friend to tell a friend, man. Everybody sub, man. You already know how we giving it up.
What do you do for a living? You are a streamer? Do you have some other profession?
You said what?
What are you doing for a living?
Man, I sell chickens. Birds.
So you are a farmer?
Nah, man, I'm in these streets, man. I'm far from a rural area. I'm in the suburban area, moving these birds. I'm trying to find a better way though. Trying to start streaming.
Well, I think it is a
You said
decent
what?
profession to be a streamer.
What do you do for a living?
I am a pipeline installer.
Pipeline?
Pipeline.
My dog be laying the pipes. Be laying the pipe out there. All right. What country you in?
Latvia. It's a really small country with population of 2 million people.
Word.
I think you never heard about my country.
Probably not. I never heard of it. No, I don't think so, man. I don't think I have. Let me see something.
Okay, stay well, my brother.
You said what? What's good? Yeah. Man, we trying to get this shit set up. It's been a rough beginning. But it's working a little bit. We got it working a little bit. Still gotta figure this shit out.
Your hall.
Appreciate it, brother. Stay straight out there, man. Out here in these hard streets, man. Keep it moving. You know what I'm talking about? Oh, you're a hawk. Where your sister at? What up, kid? Sexy, y'all. You tripping. Y'all niggas be. Can't see your body. Y'all see this nigga? He's wildin'. Bro, I'm trying to get to a good conversation with a female. Like, these niggas be. Just skip through all the fucking niggas, man. Russian shorty. See, they don't be fucking with the black people like that, man. I'm looking good, man. Y'all tripping. Bro, we might gotta try Omegle if we can't get a convo. We gonna get one though. We got 500 quid, man. We quitting it up till we get a good convo, man. We'll get one. What's up?
Hey,
Hey, where your face at?
I'm not showing my face on here
Oh.
Oh,
What's the reasoning behind that? Because I might not need to show my face.
because I don't want to.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're a little sassy. Where you from? You said Russia?
No, I'm from Europe. I don't have anything to do with Russia. And where are you from?
I'm from the States. I live in Florida.
Where?
Florida. From the United States.
Florida.
Florida?
Florida, you mean?
That's how you say it? Florida?
Florida.
That's dope. I like that. Florida.
And when you say it, it sounds like Flora.
Florida?
Florida.
You gotta
Flora.
just flow with it. Florida.
Florida.
Yeah.
So you're black, right? Or you're mixed? You look black.
I am black and West Indian.
What is West Indian, for God's sake?
It's like basically people that come from islands in the
Oh,
West. In the West.
the first people who used to live there, right?
In the West Indies.
Oh,
Not,
okay, okay.
not India, but the West Indies, which is islands like Jamaica, Barbados, Bahamas, all that. That's the West Indies. So my people come
Okay.
from Barbados.
I see. Interesting. And how you people like you, how you get to have blue eyes?
I don't know, man. Just being lucky, man. I guess I don't really,
I don't know, man. I've been
it's just
lucky.
like I think black eyes. Blue eyes and colored eyes can happen in any race, right?
It can happen. It can happen indeed.
It's a recessive trait in the DNA.
Yes, but it is just not very common. For example, I have brown eyes and I'm white, so.
Yeah, but brown eyes are really common.
Yeah. That's right.
Like everybody got brown eyes.
You're happy that you didn't get the brown eyes.
Yeah, I am. It's definitely a blessing to have these eyes. It works out for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So what do you do for a living?
I'm working as a flight attendant. What about you?
Oh, that's nice. So you get to get all the flights for the Lowski for free.
Actually, I don't have U.S. flights. It is mostly like just European flights.
But still, it's still free flights. That's still nice.
Yeah. What about you?
I work in logistics and I work on YouTube. Shit like that.
On YouTube?
Yeah, YouTube.
But what are you doing for the YouTube? Are you streaming?
No. I do like video clips and vlogs and like in real life vlogs and stuff like that.
Vlogs about what?
Just like food reviews, like places, and then also like it's just like a big channel that just does a lot of different things, to be honest. It's called Newera TV.
I see. So basically that's what you do. Okay.
Yeah. But a flight attendant sounds better, I'm not gonna lie. So
Thank you.
So you
I
traveled
agree.
you traveled all around Europe, right?
Yeah.
What's the best place that you've been to? What's your favorite place out there?
Everybody's asking me that, but I cannot really respond to that question. I don't know, because I'm very colorful person, so I cannot choose just one,
Have you been to the Netherlands?
Yes.
You been to Amsterdam?
Yes.
How was that?
How was that? Because we probably want to go. I mean, it's nice, yeah. Like if I would choose like where to live, I would probably go to some of these like Western European countries, such as Netherlands, Austria, then maybe to Scandinavia. You have like Sweden, Denmark, something like that. And I also like Italy a lot. Italy is also very nice.
Aren't they don't Italy pay people to come live there or something like that?
What?
Certain parts of Italy? Or is that
Southern part of Italy. What
no?
about
Some
that?
parts of Italy, like they'll pay.
Uh-huh.
I heard they'll pay people. They'll pay you a certain amount every year to like come live there and be a citizen.
You saw this post on the Instagram because I saw it as well, right?
Ah, yeah, I seen it on Instagram.
I never heard of that. I don't know anyone who does that.
No,
Maybe in some places. But Italy is one of the most beautiful countries in the world. It is absolutely amazing. It has like a lot of history, and I don't know. I just love it. I could live there, for example.
it's like beauty, like natural beauty, like earthy, like natural beauty.
No, it has a lot. It has a lot of history in general, and like it is like on the coast. It has beautiful islands. I also like the mentality of the people, lifestyle. It's just like different and special, you know.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
feel you. I feel you.
So that's it. How old are you, by the way?
I'm 26. How old are you?
What the fuck? I'm 30. I was thinking that you're older than me.
Oh, I look old.
You don't.
I don't even have facial hair.
Hmm?
I don't even grow facial hair.
But let me tell you one thing. We don't have people like you here. There aren't people like you.
Where, in Europe?
No, I mean, there are, of course, black people in Europe. Not that much, but it depends on the country. But for example, in my country, there are only white people. You can see maybe some black students, but it is very rare. Maybe, I don't know, occasionally you get to see someone who is not white, but it is very rare.
So what would happen if I was in your country? Would I get treated differently or
No, definitely not. We are very friendly.
very friendly?
But yeah, but like you would be just different.
So a lot of people be looking at me when I come through. They be like,
Maybe.
"Who the fuck is that?"
But if you like attention, I mean, they wouldn't look at you as if you're like some attraction, but definitely you would be different and you would be spotted as different. But
Yeah.
they would treat you friendly.
They would be nice though.
Yes.
What country is it? You don't want to say?
I will. Yes, I will write you down.
Serbia.
Yeah.
Why can't you just say Serbia?
Because when you say this to American, they are asking you if it's Syria or Siberia.
Nah, it's Serbia. It's next to Bosnia.
Yes. How you
Yeah.
know that?
Because my ex-girlfriend was Bosnian and Serbian. And her dad
Oh,
was
wow.
Bosnian and her mom was Serbian or something like that. Either or. And she was telling me how they don't really get along. And that they're it's like kind of taboo that they were together. So
Yeah, because we are Orthodox, we are Christians, and Bosnians are Muslim.
yeah. So
And like once upon a time, like 20, 30 years ago, we used to live in the same country. It was called Yugoslavia.
oh yeah, I heard
But-
about that.
But then it fell apart and like we had war and so on. So yes, that's why.
Damn. So you're Serbian, so that means you're Christian, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's what's up. Yeah, I guess I would be looked at differently in Serbia. What's it like? What's the weather like? It's cold as hell
Not
out
just
there.
in Serbia, in Bosnia as well.
In Bosnia, but you don't think because it's like Muslims there, like I might fit in a little bit?
But are you Muslim as well,
No.
or no? Man,
No.
they look like us. I mean, we are prettier here, indeed.
Oh, Serbians are prettier?
I'm not joking. People here look better, but like in general, they're also white. We speak the same language. It's like the same. They also don't have black people. Blah blah blah. You know, it's like the same shit.
That's interesting. I ain't gonna lie. That y'all like the same, but like just different based off of the religion. That's really the only
Yeah.
difference. Because y'all's in the same country, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Man from Florida.
Girl from Serbia. What's your name?
It was nice talking to you.
Okay. Peace. Tamara?
Tamara. It's not Tamara. It's Tamara.
Tamara.
No, Tamara.
Tamara.
Just say it faster.
Tamara.
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 Better.
Alright, then let me see how you say my name then. See how you do it since you wanna not give me any hints.
Wait. Oh, Markel?
Nope.
Markel?
Yep.
Markel.
Markel.
With strong R.
Markel.
Markel. Okay, sorry, Markel.
Hey, I like your American voice.
Okay.
Markel. Do it again.
Yeah, because that is a joke. Okay, anyway, it was nice talking to you. So I wish you a nice day.
Peace out.
See you.
So shout out to Tamadra. You know what I'm saying? We had a nice little convo right there. Let's see if we get another one. We got like 520 quid. We got a lot of quid, man. Combos in this motherfucker. There's a whole lot of combos in this motherfucker. It's a whole lot of combos in this motherfucker. Hey, don't hit me with that old shit get don't hit me with that you broke whoa on foes. I go to the bodega. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm high as fuck. Shut up. Alright. I was really trying to save the clip, but fuck it, we're gonna keep going. Germany. She don't like black people. She racist. I ain't gonna talk to her whole phone. That was Jack Black, wasn't it? Motherfucking Jack Black. Ooh, Russian hottie. What's good? What's good, gang? Oh, this nigga about to type some freaky shit already now. Let's get on. I hate when they slow the skips down, man. They want you to skip slow as fuck.
Hi, nigger. Ciao, nigger.
YouTube, get their ass, man. Romanian princess. Hey. What's up?
All good. And you?
You said what?
All good.
All good. Where you from? What country?
I'm from France, but I live in Romania.
Romania.
Yeah.
How is Romania? What's the weather like right now?
Pretty cold. I
Cold?
think it's gonna snow tonight.
Oh shit. I
Yeah.
literally walked my dog in a tank top and shorts. It's now 80 something degrees outside right now.
Oh my God. Where are you from?
I live in Florida.
Of course.
You been to the
I should
States?
have guessed it.
You been to the States?
I went to New York and for the first trip, and the second one I went to Boston.
Boston? Which
Yeah.
one you like better? New York, right?
Yeah. I went to Boston to visit some family that lives there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like better New York. But I would like to do a big trip, like I don't know, doing Los Angeles and San Francisco and all that
I've
shit.
never been to the West Side. I've never been to Los Angeles yet. I really want to go. Get some weed, man. Get some legal weed from them dispos. It'd be nice. You're really pretty. What's your name?
Thank you, Ines.
Ines?
Yeah.
How old are
And
you?
you?
Markel.
Marco. Okay.
Yeah. How old are you?
How old do you think I am?
Let me see. I'm gonna really try to guess.
Yeah.
You got the short haircut, so that's like a little bit maturity right there.
Yeah, kind of.
A lot of girls don't do that, you know. I'm gonna say you probably like 24.
Thank you. I'm 28.
Oh, okay. See, I was close.
Yeah,
I
not
was
so
close.
far.
How old do you think I am?
I'll say, I don't know. Honestly, I can't say. Also, I go for the middle, 25.
Close, 26.
26. Okay. Are you smoking a bang right now?
Yeah, well, that's my cactus. I got a smiley face on it.
Nice.
You smoke?
I only smoke cigarettes now. I quit weed for a long time.
You
Yeah.
quit weed and started smoking cigarettes?
Yeah.
You too pretty to be smoking cigarettes.
I know. I'm trying to quit. I mean, I reduced a lot, but
It's hard.
weed is just totally impossible for my brain to function.
Nah, I feel that for sure. But I don't know. I can't feel that because I smoke weed every day.
On your, how to say, your lifestyle and your job and everything, but
Yeah.
I felt like it was becoming way too complicated to smoke weed and do what I do. So
Oh, yeah. What do you do for a living?
I'm a medical student and I'm starting my specialty now, but it was just totally impossible to work and think about anything when I was smoking. So
Wait, so what's the specialty? When does that come into play? I'm sorry, I'm a little bit ignorant. Like I know you got to do the 4 years.
no, it's totally different here. In Europe, you got to do 6 years
6 years.
to get the general doctor,
Right.
to be a general, to have the title of
Of
doctor.
a doctor.
And then it depends on what specialty you choose, whether you want general medicine, whether you want emergency, gynecology, gene ops, surgery, whatever, it depends. You got to add some years for the specialty. For example, if you want gene ops, you got to add 4 years. If you want surgery, whatever surgery is going to be 6 years more. If you want this, it depends. Like you go for the second cycle, let's say, and it's like the specialty learning.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm starting this. I mean, I'll start in September, but yeah, it was totally impossible for me to smoke. And
Nah, I'm imagine so, because that shit probably hard as fuck. All that stuff you gotta learn to even get through.
yeah,
So
yeah, and my I don't have the profile I mean, I used to smoke a lot when I was like really, really younger. I started smoking when I was really young.
Me too.
Weed because my family smokes, and so like it was really something normal. I mean, I smoked a joint before I smoked a cigarette and stuff. But yeah, I really totally understood that like I didn't have the profile that was able to do both. Like it's totally impossible for me. Like my auntie, it's totally different for her. She smokes since she was, I don't know, like 14 years old. She's 59 years old and she smokes 15 joints, I guess, a day.
Nah, that's lit. I'll just let
And
her
she's
like
a
get
chief
past
of
that.
a, yeah, she's the chief of a big company and stuff, and she does everything she got to do, and she's still a super big smoker.
Damn, that's
I
lit.
I can't do that. It's impossible.
Yeah, it is a battle to overcome for sure. You got to be really strong-willed to get through it. Because we do make you lazy, man. It do make you like, ugh. Sometimes, like, I don't even feel like going to the gym. But, because, like, when I get off of work, I come home and I smoke. And, like, I got to go to the gym. And I don't even feel like going to the gym after. But I just end up going. But it'd be hard some days. Some days I don't. Honestly, I ain't going to lie. I'd be high as fuck. And I'd be like, yeah, I'm not going today. Like, fuck that. But lately I've been sticking to it, though. I ain't going to lie.
That's great.
What kind of doctor are you going to be, though? When you, like, what's your specialty? What you going to be involved with?
I'm gonna start surgery, plastic surgery.
Ooh, plastic surgery. So you
Yeah.
gonna be getting that money for real.
No, I hope so.
Are you
You know,
gonna do plastic surgery in America? Are you gonna do plastic surgery there? Like, what's the plastic surgery place? Like, where you get the most money?
actually, wherever, because plastic surgery is very large term in the sense that you can do like medical aesthetics or you can do really plastic surgery in the sense plastic, or you can do reconstructive, like you can you do the 6 years of plastic surgery and then you gotta choose like something that you want to focus on. For example, you can do only medical aesthetics and then doing the injections and everything.
Mm-hmm.
You can focus on mammectomy, like on the breast cancer reconstructions. You can focus on face reconstructions. You can focus on only aesthetic. You can focus on so many different stuff. And so actually depending on what you're going to focus on, the location of your work is going to be very different. In the sense, if I want to do only pure plastic, of course it should be America, Switzerland, or Britain. I mean, a lot of countries offer that market
Mm-hmm.
now. But if you want to do something more specialized, something different, it really depends.
So what are you
But
gonna?
I'm not
What are you
planning
gonna
on
do?
making boobs, and that's not my thing.
You're not into making boobies?
I mean, I'm not really into the plastic thing. I'm more into the ethical part of it, in the sense that I really like to be able to
Reconstruct?
what?
Like reconstruct?
Yeah, I really love this concept to help people reconstruct their inner selves and their outer selves and feel comfortable in their bodies and mind and face. And I think this is something really important to get confident and, go through life. And it doesn't, I want to, like, I really want to stick on those beauty standards of today. And I think this is totally out of control, and I really want to help people reach their own beauty standards, like just be happy with what you've got and everything. And so reconstructive is really something I'm into. And I'm planning probably to try to do both, in the sense like I can do 2 days of the week in pure plastic to get this money and do the other days of the week in reconstructive for the ethical part. So yeah, I think it could be a good balance.
Where?
I still got to do the 6 years.
Would you ever get plastic surgery?
Yeah, why not? I mean,
What would you get?
I really feel like this is something, how to say, I really feel like you should be able to be comfortable in your body and face. And I think even if it doesn't define you, it still defines you somehow. Like your face is the first image you're going to give to the others. For example, if you get older and your face becomes a bit strong, like a bit closed, like I don't know how to say, a bit too strong, and you're a super positive person and super happy person and super.
But you just look mean as fuck.
Yeah, that's going to obviously change your interactions and change, the people you're going to relationship side, but on every part of your life. And I think it's going to change a lot of things. So yeah, maybe if something annoys me later, I will definitely use what science offered to us to feel comfortable with this. But I don't want this to get out of control again. So I think you really gotta first work a lot on yourself and try to figure out what exactly annoys you. Is it there something that you can change, maybe naturally in your behavior and daily routine that could help and blah blah blah. And if you don't find any other solution, yeah, just go for it. But yeah, I think getting super big boobs and super big butt and getting a BBL and whatever is more a sign of unhealthy mind than
Like brainwashing.
yeah. Like in 2000, the trend was to get super skinny legs. Now the trend is to get super big hips. Then now all of the girls are taking off their fillers because now the trend is to get thinner lips. Then, this is like a nonsense, and you trying to stick to the beauty standards all the time, which is stupid because in the end, you're not yourself anymore.
Exactly. You just look botched.
Yeah. Like be yourself. And if something annoys you, with your own self, how you define yourself and how you want to show to the world, just do it. It's not a problem. That's great. I mean, science offered this to us. If you can do that, okay. But
But
just
don't
don't
follow
go.
the trend. Don't be
Yeah, don't
following the
follow
trend.
the
Because the
trend.
trend
Just
is
do
going
it
to
for.
change.
Yeah. So that's my vision of it. And that's kind of how I want to work also. Because, like, my biggest fear is to get trapped by the money, in the sense that, oh, you have this big stuff planned to, I don't know, buy your. Hey, I want to get this, and you know that this is totally stupid, but she's ready to pay, I don't know, 50K for 1 hour of surgery, and you're going to be like, oh, okay, I'll do it. And so this is really what I don't want to become. And this is like my biggest fear, because a lot of plastic surgeons started with my vision of thing and ended up becoming butchers. So
Yeah.
that's the word, that's the thing you gotta really, work on, and try to stay ethical. But
Exactly. So what would you get done if you or what are you gonna get done? What's the first what's one thing that you would do?
okay, the thing I've been thinking about was that I'm pretty short and kind of skinny, and I have big boobs, which is actually not something that disappoints me right now. But I'm pretty sure that as soon as I will get, if I get children, it's probably going to become a problem, also for my back, also for a lot of stuff. So
Yeah.
I was thinking, yeah, I should definitely, after I get my kids, get a breast reduction. Then
Damn.
yeah, but like I don't want to do it now, in the sense that it doesn't really bother me.
Like you got
And
nice tits now. You're like, oh nah, these are just working.
yeah, yeah, I mean, for the moment, it's not that much of a problem.
Right.
And then definitely aesthetic medicine, in the sense that, like, for example, we have amazing results with Botox on aging, some facial aesthetic stuff. I will
Yeah, like
definitely get
crow's
it.
feet and stuff like that.
Yeah, just like that, or there, as soon as I will start to get the wrinkles and everything. For the moment, I'm using like so many different creams to avoid that, because I am all the time like this, all the
That's why
time.
you look so young, man. You look good.
I hope so.
Your skin looks
Thank
nice.
you.
You got great skin.
Thank you. But yeah, I will definitely get it. I mean, I don't feel like uncomfortable. And again, like, you gotta make the difference between
Yeah, you fine as
helping
fuck.
yourself to get comfortable and not being willing to age, which is a normal process, and which is obviously, I think that the most beautiful uh, persons, I mean, aesthetically, are the ones that accept their age,
Their
in the
flaws
sense,
and stuff. Yeah.
if you just go with the flow and accept it and don't try to look 20 years younger or whatever, it's gonna be fine. But just if you can help a little bit sometimes with some stuff, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's just a question of balance, like,
You still take care of yourself. You know what I'm saying? But just rock.
take care of yourself, not just enhance your natural beauty,
Right.
enhance what you can enhance, but not change completely your nature, and don't go against the nature, which is, to me, in aesthetic surgery, the worst things and the worst results we get, because I see a lot of, oh my god, most of the time I'm like, okay, she looks like a monster now. That's great. And they're like, oh my god, doctor, I'm so happy with the result. And I feel like, and some of them are my teachers, and they're like so proud, because technically it's amazing. I mean, technically it's really, wow, mind-blowing.
Right.
But aesthetically it doesn't work. Like, it's a nonsense. How can she? It's a nonsense.
Right.
So yeah, just a
It-
question of balance, like everything in life.
It is
Just
nonsense.
balance.
Why would you even want to be 80 and look 20? I don't know. That's probably kind of lit. So you got a Snapchat?
Yeah, I do, although I don't really use it that much, to be honest. But yeah, how to?
You wanna add me up on Snapchat?
Yeah, just send yours.
There you go. What's in Europe and shit?
Yeah.
I know English ain't your first language, right?
No, my first language is French and Arabic.
Wait, you said Arabic?
Yeah.
I've never heard of that.
Arabic.
Oh, Arabic.
Yeah, Arabic.
Arabic? I like how you said that. Hey, I'm gonna start saying that. Arabic?
Arabic.
Yeah. So you speak
Arabic, yeah, and French. And I mean, I have 3 different mother language. I have French, Arabic, and Italian. And then I learned English and Romanian. So this makes 5 now.
Damn.
Yeah.
And you speak all of them good.
Yeah, quite good. I mean, I live in Romania. I've been there for the past 50 years. So yep.
The easiest language to speak, which one? English, right?
Yeah, I'll say English. Yeah, English. I won't say it's the easiest, but I'll say that it is the one that you're the most confronted to. So as soon as you hear it everywhere, and like, it's very easy to get it. But to me, I'll say, as a native French girl, obviously the easiest is not French. I think probably I'll say Italian was quite easy.
Italian's easy?
Yeah, I mean, I'll say it was easy for me because of the similarities with French, as it's a Latin language.
Yeah.
Arabic is dead hard, like, it's crazy hard. Romanian is not hard, actually. Romanian is quite easy because their grammar is very poor, and also they don't have a very huge vocabulary, so you can get it quite quickly, you know.
Damn. My biggest thing is like I feel like it's so hard for me to like hear other languages the way other people hear languages. Like I know a little bit of Spanish, but it's really hard for me to like to really adapt it, to really understand it to the point where I'm understanding every word like I hear English. Like it's like automatic translation basically in my head. Cause like with Spanish, I'm only able to translate because I hear like two words, and I hear like two words that I know, and I'll just like be able to put the sentence together off of those two words that I heard you just say.
Okay. But did you try to get in like immersive, total immersion? Like, I mean, stay
Like living
there
there.
for, yeah, go to Spanish talking country and speaking country and stay there for 4 or 5 months. I mean, Italian, that's how I got it because even if my mom speaks Italian, she doesn't speak that much of Italian at home. I mean, she only speaks Italian when she's hungry or on the phone. So most of the time she speaks French, and my dad, he speaks French and Arabic in the same way, in the sense that he speaks Arabic most of the time when he's hungry and stuff. I got more easily the Arabic because we speak more Arabic than Italian at home, and French obviously. But the Italian, I got it because I stayed for 1 year in Milan all alone by myself, and
That sounds
there
lit.
was any other option, I had to learn. And after 2 or 3 months, I could speak, let's say, on easy subjects, but I could understand every conversation. And so I think you should do that to improve it. Like, just go for 2 or 3 months and chill there and chill with the people and be like,
That'd be dope. I think I am gonna try to start doing that. Just travel to different places to learn the language because I want to be able to speak like 5 different languages. I feel like that's cool as fuck. Like you know what I'm saying? Like and then the way I look, I feel like people wouldn't even expect it. Like you know what I'm saying? I could just pull up somewhere and just be listening to people talk, and they don't even expect me to understand them, and I just start talking.
that's a I have to admit that that's the coolest part of the thing because, for example, here there are a lot of foreign students, so a lot of them speaks Italian or Italian. A lot of them speaks Arabic, blah blah blah. And most of the time, people don't really know where I'm from. Like they don't really get. And so I can like hear them talking, and I'm just like a fucking stalker. And then I come to the conversation, and I'm like, oh yeah, I totally agree with what you just said. And they're like, the fuck? Like, for
Shit.
how long have you been listening? And I'm like, yeah, for the whole conversation. And yeah, that's quite cool. And I mean, you feel kind of comfortable because you're always going to find in the world someone that speaks English or French or Italian or Arabic or Spanish or,
Yeah,
So this can be quite helpful.
I forgot I had something on the stove. Jesus.
Oh shit. As much as you get a new language, as much as it's going to be easy to get another one because all of the languages are connected. So you
Yeah.
can find a lot of similarities in every language, even if they're not Latin based or whatever. So, I mean, as soon as you get one, for example, English and one Latin language like Spanish,
Mm-hmm.
Italian is going to be so easy. I
Because
mean,
it's
much
so similar to
easier,
Spanish.
and blah blah blah. Like, it's gonna get easier and easier.
It's just English is just the bum one. English is the only one that just doesn't really
Useful
English.
one. Yeah, I'll say yeah.
And it's crazy because when you hear people talk that are like fluent, you sound really good speaking English. Like you talk like it's like your first language. But I can already I'm already knowing. Like I've talked to so many people, foreign people. It's like, bro, yeah, English is not your first language. Obviously, English is like the easiest fucking language to learn.
It is very easy. I mean, it depends on how many also efforts that you put in it because, for example, the French people, most of them have the worst English ever, and I
Yeah.
don't really get it because we have actually good quality courses at school for free.
Yeah.
So honestly, at the end of college, you should be able to speak a proper, like a good English, and I think they just don't put effort in it because they don't understand the like how useful it's going to be, and that they're too proud, and they're like, oh no, I'm only going to speak French because and that's really stupid. That's a lack of lack of curiosity, and I
Yeah.
think they're not smart, because as soon as I started having different languages options at school, I was like, I want to learn this and this and this and this, and they were like,
Facts.
oh, calm down, just pick one. But I always felt that this is such a powerful resource. This
Yeah.
is like, you want to go to Italy tomorrow and move and do whatever you want, or go to whatever, China, Japan, whatever. You learn the language and you know how to speak, you have that option in your life. Like, okay, I can move there, it's fine.
Yeah.
That's a cool stuff, I think.
What was your like favorite place that you lived out there? Like, what's the like top you had the most fun at?
I'll say I quite liked Italy.
Italy.
I mean, I liked it and I had fun, because that period of my life was fun, but the mentality is not the best.
What you mean by mentality?
Their way of thinking is quite weird, especially with the women.
Oh
Like,
yeah, the Italian guys are like grabby.
yeah. Like, they are going to be super, super nice to you in the only purpose of fucking you. And if there is no way that they're going to have sex with you or
They get mean
something,
as fuck.
yeah. And the thing is that the girls also are very tough with their guys. They're really tough women. Like, whoa. Sometimes I heard some friends of mine talking with their boyfriend, and I was like, whoa.
Like abusive.
Shit. Kind of abusive, yeah. They're kind of abusive. And the guys, they don't say nothing with their girls, but as soon as they're with the other girls, they're like, you know. So that's a weird misogyny, like really, really weird. And also, they're a bit racist, I have to admit.
Yeah.
They are. Like, and with everyone, it's kind of like close to xenophobia, in the sense that as soon as you're not Italian, you're shit. For me, it was a bit different, because I've put it. I'm 20% Italian. So I got kind of accepted, and also I'm a girl, and also I was from France,
Hey,
and
you
I
look
put it,
good.
yeah, and I also put it like a lot of efforts to speak Italian and everything. So they were quite nice to me, and I didn't get into any troubles, but I could really feel that it was not the case with everyone. And yeah, so I didn't really agree with their way of thinking and everything. But
But you still had
the
fun.
life was great. What?
But you still had fun out there.
Yeah, I had fun. Like, the life was great. I mean, I had a very, very nice apartment. I had good friends. I was going to party all the time, and it was cool, and the life was good. Here in Romania is totally, totally different. Like,
Romania is
there's,
boring.
I'll say not the whole Romania, but my city, yeah, because I'm not in the capital. I'm not in a big city. I'm in a really small, like, it's almost a village in the border, close to the border of the Hungarian border. So there's literally nothing to do, like, really nothing. I mean, I had to do 45 minutes by car to get a Starbucks because I really felt like I wanted one. So I had to do 45 minutes to get this.
Jesus
Like,
Christ, that's crazy.
yeah, there's literally nothing.
So what do
So
you
I
do
mean,
for fun out there? You just chill?
no, there are some parties with the students. Like, we organize our own shit because there's nothing. So we have fun, and we kind of know, everyone knows each other. So we manage to get fun. And as soon as we get holidays, we come back home. You just leave. You just
Yeah.
stay there. I mean, for example, today I was off. I went with a friend to this city. We had a very good meal, and we went walking, and we still managed to occupy our time. And us, it's fine for the moment. I mean, I'm not like 45 years old, but I'm not 17 also, like, like a super excited puppy wanting to discovering and going to parties all the time. Like, no, I mean, I'm totally fine with going on Sunday, eating and chilling. Like, it's totally fine for me. So yeah, but it's, I mean, totally, of course, totally different.
Yeah. And you ain't got no boyfriend?
And no, nah, that's very, I'll say complicated, even though I think that it should be very simple. But my situation is, yeah, kind of complex in the sense that at my age, I'm probably going to date boys that are around my age or maybe a bit older, generally, you know, around 30, something like this.
Mm-hmm.
All of those guys are generally done with the studies. So generally, they feel like they want to be maybe a little bit more stable and stuff, or, you know, having a real relationship. And I am obviously forced to long distance relationships because for the moment with the Romanians, they're very different. Like there's a very big cultural gap, so I don't really get along with them from what I see for the moment.
Why not?
And
What's the issue with the Romanians?
uh they are I don't know how to say that in English. um they are like, okay, I'll try to be descriptive physically and maybe you will get the mood, okay? Because I don't really know how to describe it. So generally they are like super over muscled, like with steroids, literally, like super muscled, super big, and they all want to have a super big car and everything, and they have a super goldy style with very big glasses and, you know, the Versace glasses with the gold on and everything, and the strass and the diamonds, and I don't know, they're quite flashy, and I have to admit that, yeah, most of them, I mean, in my city and around, in the capital is quite different because you have a lot more people, so a lot more diversity. But for example, like, so you can understand really like how fucking lost is my city. There are no black people.
Is that because they don't want no black people and this racist shit that happened?
I don't know. I mean, I have one. There are two in my university, and I got. Oh my god! Thank you, because and they're like, what the fuck? And I told them, don't take me wrong, but like I was so fucking scared that I got into a fucking Nazi or something shitty city because it was so weird. I saw only, really, only Romanians and only white, like super white people all over. And there is nothing else. For example, you go to the supermarket or you want to buy food, you have only pork. Like, that's what you get. That's the only shit you get. They don't do any inclusive effort. And so, like, as soon as I saw black people, I was like, okay, that sounds more normal to me. Like, I feel like, I mean, when I was in France at the university, uh, my university was almost like you could think that we were, I don't know, University of Africa, you know, because like most of my friends were rather from Maghreb or Africa or whatever, and this is like this shit is sounds totally normal to me as a French
Being around
native.
black people.
Yeah, I mean, most of my classmates, my neighbors, my the life. I mean, this is normal. You see diversity, Asian people, black people, white people, Arabic people, all over, everyone mixed. And here, when I arrived, I was like, and I didn't really notice it at the first, you know, at the first time, but after like 1 or 2 weeks, I was like, hey, there's no black people. I mean, I really felt it, you know. I was like, wow, it's crazy, like the amount of white people in here. And so when I saw these two guys at the university, one of them was Swedish. I mean, he was born in Sweden and everything, but I went to him and I was like, man, thank you for being here. And so we became friends and everything. And he told me the same. He told me like, I asked him, how is it like? Do the people act weird with you, or do like I don't know, because I really wanted to understand why, the reason. And he told me honestly, people are quite weird to me. Like I won't say he told me I won't say that they are like directly racist,
But they do
but I
little
can,
shit.
yeah, he told me like I can feel that they're staring, I can feel that they're like, you know, and the shit is crazy. Like, so yeah, it's not. I will say, this is not the environment where I feel the most comfortable right now. But I try to adapt, and as soon as I get holidays, I come back to my city. But yeah, so most of the mentality here in the city, I'll say, and I think that is quite like this. I don't want to say racist because I don't really know. Honestly, I don't know. Like, I don't want to call people racist or not
They're
racist.
just
I don't
not
care.
used to
Like,
seeing black people and having black people around, so it's like
yeah,
it's gonna
like
be
this
weird.
could be it. They're just not used to it, and it could be. But still, the
Could be some
mentality is still
neo-Nazis in the cut.
still it's weird to me. Like I couldn't like date a guy that as soon as he sees a black guy is going to be like there's a big gap, between them and us. And I don't say superior, inferior, but like there's a big gap with those guys. Like I don't know,
They behind.
they're kind of behind. So yeah, to me it's quite difficult to date people from there. People at the university, it's also difficult because it's people that you see every day. I don't want to have any kind of bad stories or bullshit going around at the university,
I feel that.
because yeah, I want to be clean. And I've never, like, since the past 5 years, I've never had any fucking gossip on myself. I'm always the chill one. I get along with everyone and everything, so I don't feel like dating anyone. And also, I don't have a crush on anyone, so that doesn't help.
Yeah.
And for the dating in France or whatever other country, it's quite complicated because it's long distance relationships. So, most of the 30 years old guy are not really willing to get into a long distance relationship with the medical student, like, So yeah, I just stay alone, but that's fine.
I mean, you look pretty good, shit. I wouldn't complain. I'd be like, shit, she gonna get that money. She over there to the buddy. My girl look good. She speak 5 different languages, so my kid gonna be speaking 5 different languages. Oh yeah, we lit. No, but
Yeah, thank you for this, giraffe.
yeah, I mean,
But
you got a lot of
I
your
mean, you
bag.
say that. I mean, a lot of guys used to say this at the beginning, but you can feel like it for the first 6 months. But when you understand that this is going to last 5 to 6 years, it's a different story.
But you guys can
So
make trips and plan stuff, and it's not
yeah, but
impossible.
it's not impossible, but like it's not that easy. I mean,
It's not
for
easy.
example, it's not easy. It's definitely not easy. Like the guy gotta be available. He gotta have free time and money to be able to pay, because the plane tickets are not free. Definitely. I mean, to go back just to France, I pay like 300 euros. So if you want to see your girl more than one time every 6 months, you gotta put the money on the table. So this is not easy for everyone. Also, you gotta be available, find some time to travel. I also gotta be available because I have university here, and the city, there's literally nothing to do. So if you come to see me.
Right.
And if you come to see me, but I'm at the university from Monday till Friday, and then on the weekend I gotta study and everything, that's bullshit. Like, you're not going to be willing to pay 1,000 euros for a week, and you're going to see me only on night and stay at my place during the whole day like this. Like, that's fucked up.
So unless
So
you got the PS5, and then it's like.
yeah, I mean, if you're the kind of people like PS5 and everything, that's fine. But for most of the guys, yeah, waiting for her to come back. But yeah, I mean, when you take the whole context, it
It's a
doesn't
lot.
seem like it's a lot. It's a lot, and as soon as I have free time, I have to go back to France to see a bit my family also that I don't see often. So I gotta really share my time between this and this and this. And so yeah, most of the guys I don't really know. There are a lot of guys that have been willing to try, and I always don't put so much hope and trust in the process, because I kind of know that after a few months they're going to be like, oh, but it's kind of hard, and I'm going to be like, yeah, I told you. I know. So yeah, that's kind of complicated, but in the end it's not really a big deal. I mean, I feel really good with my life.
It'll play out right, man. You'll be with who you supposed to be with. You know what I'm saying? Everything will roll how it's supposed to roll, for sure.
Nah,
So
I guess.
you got time, and you look good, and you know what I'm saying. So you good.
Thank you. Thank you.
So all the places you've been, I know you had to like grab some stuff and learn some things, especially like being in Italy
Mm-hmm.
and being in France. I know you could cook real good too, right?
I'm not bad.
Not bad. Oh, you can't cook.
I try to. Yeah.
You try to.
It's not bad. I mean, I gotta improve my dessert and all of this stuff. But for the salty part, I think it's fine. Yeah.
I'm talking about fuck the dessert, the main courses, the meals.
Yeah, the meals. I mean, I can do some very good Italian meals. Also French, also Arabic, because.
Oh yeah, see you got that. You got all this.
Yeah, because my mom, she had to learn to cook them for my dad, because my dad, like, he really wanted to.
What's your like favorite dish to make? Like, what's your like go-to dish? If I came through, you trying to impress me, and you like, all right, I'm gonna cook for you, because I like to eat, and that's the way to my heart is to my stomach. So you got to be able to feed me. So I need some food. Like, I'm gonna bring this food in, but you got to be able to cook it together and make it taste delicious. So, what's the dish that you would make? Like, what's your like boom?
Something I really like to make is some like I prepare like some fresh cannellonis.
What's that? What's cannellonis?
Cannelloni is like it's like a pasta.
Okay.
But like they're very big and round like this.
Are they stuffed?
Yeah, I stuff them, and they're like super fresh, like they're made with eggs, fresh eggs and everything, so they're like super fresh.
Oh, you make the pasta?
Yeah.
Homemade
when I
pasta.
have time. Yeah, but when I have time, because this takes me 2 hours to cook. But when I really, really have time, I mean, it's been.
If you really like somebody, basically, I gotta really like this guy to do this, basically.
Yeah, like I really gotta like this dude to make it. Oh, obviously, like the last time I came for Christmas, I came back to my parents, and like my brothers told me, "Oh, can you make your cannellonis?" And I was like, "Fuck you, man! No, I'm not gonna take 3 fucking hours to do that." But so it's been a very long time I didn't cook it, but I used to love to prepare it. Like, so you make the fresh paste, let's say, some kind of paste. Then you make it, like, you cut it and you make it dry a little bit. Just a little bit, and then you stuff it, and I stuff it with the homemade like I take some fresh ricotta cheese, and then I take some fresh spinach.
Okay.
And I put like salt and pepper and some very small fresh tomato pieces.
Little
and
tomato.
I make like, and I make some kind of paste with that spinach and ricotta.
And the tomato.
I stuff the cannelloni. I stuff them. So you take like 5 to 6, and they're like big like this. You stuff them. You put them in a plate. Then you add lots of Parmigiano cheese upon, and my special treat of this is that I use some. I don't know how to say that in English though. It's like it's not beef. We call it grison in French.
What is
It's
it?
like super smoked meats, like dry. It's like dry beef, but it's not beef. It's like smoked dry meat.
What kind of meat? What animal? Pig?
Mm,
Pork?
no, it's called grison. I don't know. I don't know how to say that in English.
How
Well,
you
let's say you can make it with beef, whatever. It's
Okay.
like dry. Let's say it looks like it tastes kind of like beef jerky,
Ugh. Okay, so we're gonna put some beef jerky on top.
but not the beef jerky, like not the American beef jerky. It's like super fresh beef, like smoked beef. And what
Okay.
I do is that I make some really small, like really thin slices of it, like super thin, like cheesy. It looks like cheese, and you put it upon it, and it gives like a little smoky taste to the plate, and it's really good because when you put it to the oven, then the stuffing becomes like a bit smooth, and the cheese, it's so good. It's so
That
good.
sounds fire. It just the only thing is that I would probably need more meat, or I'd probably be like, in that motherfucker eating like 8 of them. I'd be like
But
eating them
you
in
know
two
what?
bites.
I thought the same, but they're like pretty consistent as the paste is like homemade, and the spinach and the ricotta, like it's
Filling.
pretty heavy though. Yeah, it's not that light. I mean, the cream is light, like the stuffing is light because you have the ricotta and it's like a super light cheese.
Yeah.
But the paste and everything is quite let's say it's like if you were eating lasagna.
Okay. I mean, my lasagna's got meat in them.
Yeah, my lasagna too. But this okay, so something with meat. Let me think. What's something with meat?
I don't know. He said, "Say you eat lasagna." My lasagna be having it be extra meat.
Oh yeah, something with meat. Something I really like to do is something Arabic with meat, and it's kind of the same stuff. I really like woven stuff things because it brings you that homemade feeling. I don't know how to say. It's like, oh, how do you say that legume in English? It's the purple one, purple legume,
Eggplant.
eggplant. Okay, so I take the eggplants, I cut them in thin slices. I
I
take
fuck with
like,
the eggplant. It's good, especially with some butter and shit. Or grill that motherfucker.
it's really good.
Hmm.
So I take them, I put them just for like 2 minutes with olive oil
Yeah.
and salt and pepper, just to make them a little bit smoother. Then I make a bechamel. Do you know bechamel? Bechamel is like some cream and melted cheese and pepper and salt and butter, and you just boil it, and it creates like a special cream, something really creamy. And I make tomato sauce like for pasta.
Okay.
So tomato, a lot of spices,
A little bit of
olive
onions.
oil, garlic, onions, all of that.
Yeah.
Then I take a plate, I put egg, and then I prepare also the how do you say the meat, like melted meat, not melted, cut
Cut.
meat, whatever. I don't know
Yeah.
how to say that.
Cut
But
it.
cut it, yeah.
Chop.
And I cook it also with onions and garlic. Then I put eggplants, meat, the cream, tomato sauce. Eggplants, meat, tomato sauce.
That sounds fire.
And in the end, you add a lot of cheese to make it like gratin, to make it crunchy on the top.
Yeah.
A lot of cheese, and that's it. And
That
this is
sounds
like an Arabic meal, and it's fire. It's really fire.
That sounds fire. I ain't gonna lie.
It is
That
really,
does
really
sound
good.
fire.
And what I like to do with this, as it's also a bit heavy, I prepare like a super light salad because I like to turn I like the old meals, in the sense like the old homemade meals, like the mama meals. The things that you only eat at your mama
Yeah.
house.
No, same.
And
But
I
I
like to
spice it up a
turn
little
them,
bit. But I feel you.
yeah, like I like to turn them into something a bit more like modern and healthy. So what I can do, for example, is that I'm going to put like a slice of that meal, like it's called the moussaka. So I put a slice of this, which is that thick, and I put a little slice, and I put also some like fresh spinach slices, and I add like some grenade or some fruits in the salad, and I make like something super fresh to balance the like heavy meal, and it's so good. It's really so good.
I'm already
Now,
knowing.
now I feel like cooking.
Yeah, there you go. Got you in the mood. Got you in the mood to
Yeah.
make that pasta.
Yeah, that pasta is so good. It's fire, really. My mom, though,
Your mom's the cook,
she
right?
makes her own. She makes her own. I mean, it's been a very long time because as she has like the kids and my dad and everything,
Yeah.
she's like so easy to cook. So she just cooks to eat now, but she has like some amazing meals. She creates her own tagliatelle.
What's that?
So it's
Pasta?
homemade pasta, but like super thin. And I don't know, it takes her like one day to make it. And she used like the whole table of the saloon to prepare it with fresh eggs and na. And she repeat the operations many times and blah, blah, blah. And then she cooks it just a little bit because, in Italy, like we don't eat the pasta. We almost eat the pasta raw, almost. Like we cook, we don't
al dente,
over.
isn't it?
Yeah, but al dente is almost crocante because like you need it to be almost crunchy. Because when you overcook it, you lose first of all of the benefits of the pasta because it has a lot of benefits, and also you lose the taste. It doesn't get any taste, and so we really just cook it a little bit. And she makes this, and she has this special meal with it with the tagliatelle that she cooks it with the shrimp sauce. So she creates like she puts like shrimps and a lot of seafood with something like tomato sauce, some kind of tomato sauce, and she puts like a little round of the homemade tagliatelle, and then she puts 2 or 3 shrimps on the top and the sauce.
Damn. That sounds
This
fire.
is amazing. She also makes her own mozzarella.
Mozzarella cheese?
Yeah, she makes her own. Like
How you make
she
that?
goes to. It's very easy to make. Very easy.
How you do it?
Like, okay, you gotta take some really fresh milk. Yeah, you gotta take like some very fresh milk, and then like you gotta how to say, make it almost like a butter. So you boil it, then you put it with super cold water, then you let the grease come up.
Like you boil it and then you set it on top of some cold water?
No, you just put the cold water in it.
Oh.
On top of it. Then like the grease is gonna come off. If I remember right, the operation, because it's been a very long time I didn't see the process, but anyway, it's kind of like making butter, but then you take only one part of that milk and cold water, and like you gotta let it sit. Then it creates like some kind of cream. Then you gotta mix a bit that cream. Then it's going to melt again. Then you gotta make it strong again with some very very cold water. Then you create a ball with it, some kind of ball. Then you have your mozzarella.
So you don't gotta like let it sit out or something in the dark or something like that?
No.
I thought cheese has to like mold or something.
Yeah, for most of the cheeses like Parmigiano, for example, or the French cheese, blue cheese, all of that, it needs the mold. But the mozzarella is a fresh cheese. It's almost milk.
I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Yeah, so you can totally make your own homemade mozzarella.
I'm about to make some mozzarella. Like, what the fuck? That's crazy.
Yeah, and it's really, I mean, It's not that, but you can totally learn. There are a lot of tutorials on the internet, on
I'm
YouTube
probably
and
sure.
stuff.
I never knew you could do it like that. I thought cheese had to like you got to sit it in a
No,
dark jar in somewhere and some shit for
no,
like
no, no,
48
not with the
days.
mozzarella. And the good part of it is that the mozzarella homemade is going to, and okay, for example, I think you can find the mozzarella in the supermarket in USA, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so one advice for the mozzarella. Generally, when you buy the mozzarella, okay, generally in the supermarket, it's like almost plastic, you know, it's not like super creamy inside and
No, it's
everything.
not. Yeah, it's hard.
So one tip to make it super creamy is that when you buy your mozzarella, you take a big bowl with some, let's say 37 degrees, like not too hot and not too warm, like just a little bit hot water.
Yeah.
And you take the plastic bag with the mozzarella in, and you let it sit in the warm water for like, I don't know, 1 hour or something like this before eating it. And you're going to see the difference, because this cheese reacts with the cold. So as soon as it's in the cold, it's going to be strong. As soon as you melt it a little bit with the hot water, it's going to melt inside. And so it's going to be a total different taste. Like, it's super melted and everything. But it depends on the quality of the mozzarella, I have to admit. Like, I don't know with the supermarket one. But generally, even with the supermarket one, I like it better warm. And you know how we eat it in Italy? We don't put it in something. We eat, for example, as a starter.
You just eat the cheese. You just eat that motherfucker.
We take in every plate. Every person has a huge ball of burrata mozzarella, like super big ball, and we just cut it, and with ham, and that's a starter. Like, we just eat it like this, raw, without bread, without anything. We eat it like this because it's so melted inside. It's
right.
So,
it's not.
so
It's so pure. It's like milk, basically. Like you said, it's not even like like hard cheese. I don't really like eating hard cheese. Just regular cheese without anything. I don't know. I didn't grow up like that. But it's at Starbucks. They got this the little protein box.
Yeah.
They got like a little. It's like a butter cheese. It's a brie cheese or something like that. And I like to eat that with a cracker. I just bite that.
Honestly, that's really good. Like, I'm really into cheese. I mean,
You like cheese?
I'm French and Italian, so yeah, obviously, like, cheese is my entire life.
So you just be eating cheese, just like straight cheese?
Yeah, like, I eat cheese without bread, without anything. To me, cheese is like, it could be a meal. Like,
what's your favorite cheese? Mozzarella?
Stracciatella.
Stracciatella?
Yeah, stracciatella is, you see the cream that you have in the mozzarella di bufala. Mozzarella di bufala is like the creamiest mozzarella you can find. You have many different types of mozzarella. You have strong one, super melted one, and the di bufala is supposed to be like a super creamy inside. They take that cream, and only the cream, not the
hard
crust. Yeah, and like the cream is actually a new cheese, which is called stracciatella, and this is like amazing.
It's real soft.
It's like, yeah, it's that, honestly, it has almost the texture of fresh cream. It's like super soft.
You just eat it?
You just eat it with, my favorite stuff to do is that I take the focaccia. Focaccia is a bread with super thin, with olive oil and only big crystals of salt upon it. And I take a hot focaccia from the oven,
and I just put the cheese on it.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's like, you know, every time I eat it, I'm like, whoa.
Damn, you making me hungry. I ain't gonna lie. That sounds fire.
Yeah. This is really so good. Look, I'm going to find you something. Wait. Here. Easy mozzarella cheese, homemade mozzarella cheese recipe. Okay, wait, this is in French. yeah, I mean, you can find like so many videos of it. You see, he's like boiling the milk and everything.
Yeah. He's the language barrier.
Yeah, and this is like Canadian French. You see, then he gets like something like this, some kind of cream like this.
Uh-huh.
Then he boils it again. But like this is honestly, this is really not something really hard. This is only cooking milk. Like the whole recipe is cooking milk. It's
That's
like you
dope.
cook, you cold it, you cook, you cold it,
Cold
and
it,
then you
cook and
create the
cold it.
mozzarella.
Damn, I gotta try it. I gotta try it one day. For sure.
Definitely, definitely.
I'm gonna Snapchat it to you and let you see it when I do.
Sure, I'll be so proud. I'll be like, yeah, people make their homemade mozzarella.
Out here in Florida making mozzarella.
Yeah, that'd be amazing though.
Nah, you gotta really give me some recipes though, so I can really step. You know what I'm saying? I can really stunt. I'll be like, yo, this is like straight from Italy. So
Honestly, I can
you
tell
know
you
what I'm
like
saying?
that.
It's straight. This is an Italy recipe. So I make this one thing. It's it's called. You ever heard "Marry Me Chicken"?
Nope.
So it's a TikTok recipe. Basically, you can use chicken breasts, but I honestly my favorite right now is I'm starting to move over to chicken thighs because they're like
Okay.
a lot juicier, and
Uh-huh.
so you want to just like pat them, and if it's breast, you want to just thin it out. So you beat it till it's thin, like a thin piece of meat. Pat it dry. Go ahead and season it or whatever you season it. I use adobo and pepper, and that's really it for this. You don't really have to season it too hard, and then season both sides. You pan fry it. You put some olive oil in the pan, and then you get that hot, and then you put some butter on top of the olive oil, and then you like pan fry the chicken till it's just brown on both sides. You want to just like flash fry it. You can cook it all the way through, but you don't really have to cook it all the way through. You just really want the color. So then you put that to the side on a plate. Then you come in. You throw some what is it? You throw some. It's oregano, red chili pepper. I usually throw some thyme and some rosemary in there too. I added that in there too, and then some mushrooms. I added mushrooms too. I really like mushrooms, but
Yeah.
and make sure you wash the mushrooms and shit. Pat them off. Get that brown shit off of them, and then you go ahead throw them joints in there. Fry that shit up, and then once it's fried up a good amount, you go ahead and pour in some chicken broth, and then you want to pour in some heavy whipping cream, and you want to just mix that up, right? And then you come through. You're supposed to use like fresh Parmesan cheese, but I'll be lazy. I just get the shredded joint, and I just like you get the Parmesan cheese in there, and you start like getting the Parmesan cheese in there to get it thick, to thicken up the sauce, and
Yeah, yeah.
the sauce gets a little thick. You like
Uh-huh.
lower the heat, and then here's the secret. You add this is like you get a can of sun dried tomatoes, and you add the sun
Okay.
dried tomatoes with the sun dried tomato oil too. You just throw that in there, and you mix that up, and then you put the chicken breast back in there, and you just like
Whoa.
cover it with the sauce. And you can like you could do that. You could throw that on top of rice. You could throw that on top of pasta. You could throw that on anything. We don't have like a big pasta culture out here, so it's like I just throw I get like these butter noodles, and that's what I usually do. I really like butter noodles, so I just like cook those real quick. Put some butter on them and some salt and pepper or whatever I do, and just move the butter noodles up, and then just throw that sauce on
That
top of it.
seems amazing. Oh my God. I feel, but this is crazy because I ate like, I don't know, not so long ago, but I feel hungry again.
Yeah, that
That's
shit's fire.
amazing. How is it called?
Huh?
How could I find the recipe? Like, how is it called? What's the name of that
Here,
thing?
I'm gonna type this for you.
I want to write it down. Marry me chicken.
I can send you a link too since I got you on Snapchat. Hold on.
Sure.
To the
Yes, definitely want to try.
to the YouTube video I use. But yeah, I added the extra stuff. Like I added what you call that? I added
The sun-dried tomato.
no, the sun-dried tomatoes was already in there. I added mushrooms and I added rosemary and thyme because they just use
Okay.
oregano. But you can add stuff to it too. But I really enjoyed the mushrooms in it. I just love mushrooms. So the mushrooms in it
Yeah,
really.
that's pretty
And this
good.
doesn't take long to cook neither. Like I got some chicken thighs in there too. I'm probably gonna cook this tonight, but it doesn't take long to cook. It makes take you like what like an hour at the most, like 30 minutes. It just depends on what pasta you want to do. You know,
No, I'm definitely going to use like already cooked pasta. I mean, like,
already shaped. Yeah, already
yeah.
made. Nah, for sure. I'm probably gonna cook that shit tonight too. Talking. I done made that shit. Made my mouth water a little bit.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm hungry as hell now. You see it?
That's pretty great. Whoa.
You got it?
I'm definitely gonna try. Yeah, definitely gonna try. Definitely gonna try.
Yeah, gave you that secret recipe. That's my little go-to recipe for sure. Then I make oxtails. You ever had oxtails?
What is oxtails? No.
It's the tail of an ox.
What is that?
Like an ox.
Ox?
OX.
Oxtails. What is an ox? I don't know in English what it means. Ox in French.
It's like a bull.
Oh, really? My God. I never ever
You never had
heard
that?
ox. And this is like one of the most easy. I mean, I'm so shocked now that I
I just
never
taught
heard
you some
ox.
English? Oh, don't tell me that.
Really? Oxtails. Okay. Yeah, you taught me some English. That's crazy. Oxtails. Okay. Yeah, the shit is good. Okay, good buff. Yeah, in French we also cook it like that way.
Y'all cook oxtails?
Yeah, with rice and it looks like that.
Yep. I make oxtails too. My oxtails though, I cook them in a crock pot, and I do this like I cook them like it's Asian style oxtail, and I actually have it in my recipe book. Hold on, right here. I wrote it down. Yeah, Asian orange oxtails, first joint. It's like a recipe
Amazing.
I wrote down. But yeah, it's like cinnamon sticks, jalapeno, Chinese cooking oil, soy sauce, brown sugar, star anise, garlic cloves, and orange peels and orange slices.
Whoa.
I'm gas.
That's
Gas, man. That's another recipe, man. If you really want to try one, but that's just a little bit, it's a little bit more expensive because I don't know. Are oxtails expensive out there
mm,
compared to other meats? Like, is it like a more expensive meat?
probably it's gonna be probably more expensive. Like the cheapest meat here is pork
Yeah.
because like they eat it a lot here, so most of the time the only meat you find is pork. I don't really know about oxtails. I think it's definitely going to be more expensive than the rest, but it's not that expensive. Like everything is a bit cheaper than in France here, so it should be affordable.
Where? Yeah.
Wow. I'm just checking like a Jamaican.
Yep. Jamaican style oxtails.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, my
Like
family's
each
West
meat.
Indian. My family's from Barbados, so.
Amazing. This is like exactly the kind of, the kind of taste that I'm not going to get. Oh, how to say?
Light.
It's so white. Yeah, it's really white actually. And this is not like, for example, like Okay, Italian cooking is a bit less white in the sense that it's a bit more, I feel like it's a bit more generous, when you eat, but it's still very white. It's still like super whitey stuff. And it's very good, but I like Arabic food, I like Jamaican food,
Right.
African food, because it's super generous. Like, you feel like you're eating, and
That's
I
how I
really
like
like
to eat.
this. Yeah, like I really like this feeling, but typically what I see here, like the kind of combination, I'm never going to think about, to mix together. I'm never going to think about using this, you know?
Man, if we combined our cooking abilities, it'd be crazy.
Yeah.
It would make some crazy
Yeah,
meals, man.
definitely.
For sure.
Wow. They're using like so many different stuff. Also, one thing I want to try out, I mean, I see I've tried, but only the sauce, because I want to try, but I don't know if you know about that. Like in French, we call it fufu.
Fufu, yeah, I know you're talking about that. It's like the
Uh,
African like shit they eat with their
Yeah,
hands.
yeah. Like my friends, I tried many
I never
different.
had it.
You never had it?
I never had fufu, no.
No, me neither. And like I only had the sauce because like my friend, I used to go to her place with her mom and stuff, and so her mom, she was always cooking stuff, and she was always telling me, she was calling me in French the whitey. So she was always telling me like, "Hey, you whitey, you don't know about that. Come, taste this."
Yeah.
And I used to tell her all the time, "This shit is amazing," and she used to tell me, "You see," and with the very African, like super strong African accent in French, and she used to tell me like, "You see, I'm telling you, you guys don't know how to eat." And she's always telling me like, "You Italian, blah 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 blah," and she was all the time like telling me this kind of stuff. And I used to love going to her place. And one day she was cooking fufu, but the I don't know what it is, like the paste.
Yeah.
Is it a paste or potato?
It's like a
Corn or
I don't
potato?
know
I
what
don't know.
that shit is. I ain't never eat that shit before. I'll eat it though, but it's just I don't know what it is. I don't know what
It's
it
so
is.
weird. It's like
It's
super
like a dough.
creamy.
It's like a dough.
Yeah. And this was still cooking, and we had to go, but I just had the little like
And then they be
sip on the
hitting
on the
it. They beat it.
sauce.
They be like,
Yeah, to put it in the stuff, and they're like, and I don't know. I really want to try that. I really, really want to try that
yeah.
because, like, I see a lot of videos of people eating this right now, and they're like, "Wow, I never expected that, but this is so good."
They got a new they got this thing out here that I want to try. It's like vegetarian, like it's like fake meat, like not
Oh
real
yeah,
meat, like vegetarian stuff, like beets and stuff.
yeah,
It's a restaurant that like they're making their own stuff. Like they make pot roast. They make they got like different. It was a different couple of different things, and they got sausage, but it's no meat in it. It's just like eggplant, mushrooms, beets, stuff like that inside of it. And
yeah.
basically, it kind of tastes like meat. And I tasted a
Yep.
little piece of it, but I didn't really get my own like big ass plate.
It does taste like meat. I feel like, I mean, I feel like the taste is like the taste of meat in the sense that the taste that we know about meat and generally eat is the taste of smoked thing. It's not like the taste of the meat, like the raw meat.
Yeah.
So what we generally like about the meat is just the smoked and spices stuff. So I feel like it tastes like meat sometimes, depending on what it is, but sometimes the texture is obviously different.
Mhm.
Like with the texture, sometimes you can tell that it's not real meat, but most of the time the taste is really good. I mean, I've been impressed. Like I had it was 3 years ago. Now I live on my own, but I used to have a roommate, and she was vegetarian. So she was all the time buying tofu and vegetarian stuff all the time. And we don't have much here in Romania, so she used to bring it from Germany because
Okay.
she was
She was German.
from there. Yeah, she was German, and they had amazing stuff. Like she had charcuterie, like ham and everything, but it was not meat. And the thing is that I really liked it, so I used to eat from her stuff all the time. And she told me like, "You're a motherfucker because you can eat meat and you eat my shit from Germany that I cannot find here." And I told her, "I'm sorry, but the shit is so good. Like I gotta eat it." But yeah, honestly, I'm impressed. Like I mean, I really think that now, if you don't want to eat meat, you have so many options. Like you have so many options.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I tried to, but I don't know. I tried it once, like when I was in high school. I found out about how they were like killing the animals in like American butcher places. I don't know if you know, but it's like very inhumane in a lot of places, and it's
It's
like
really cruel.
yeah, very cruel. And then like a video came out and it was like exposing it, and I was just like so hurt from it. I couldn't eat meat, and I was like when I would eat it, I would feel like sick. Like I would feel like I was eating it raw, and it was fully cooked. Every time I would eat meat, it would taste like it was raw to me, and I really just felt like I just like psychologically like swapped my mind or whatever. And I was just like,
Yeah.
all right, I'm just going vegetarian, and like I lost weight. I got so skinny, it just wasn't working, and I just one day I just was like, yeah,
Like
fuck it.
that's the point. Like if you eat vegetarian, I mean today you have so many options, and furthermore, like
Yeah,
if you
now you
stop
can
eating
replace it
meat,
stuff
yeah, you definitely gotta be super organized and super like
on top of it.
disciplined with your eating. But
And I'm not disciplined. Like I cook late as shit. I just like throw some shit together. I don't
yeah,
like
that's the
plan my
point. Like
meals out. It's just
me
like
neither. I mean, sometimes I am like really eating healthy and really organized and everything, but like I don't have much time, so I'm generally eating like fast and easy stuff. So I mean, I don't think that it depends. Like for example, what I started doing, not here but in France, is that I started eating halal meat.
oh yeah, I fuck with that law.
Yeah, because for the I mean, I got also like kind of really disappointed by the way they were killing the animals and stuff. And like the halal meat is quite amazing because basically like they most of the people in France used to tell us that we were I mean we like I act like I'm part of it. I'm 20 I'm 50% part of it, but like they used to think that we were like super cruel with the animals because we were like I don't know how do you say that? How do you say
Cutting
it?
his throat.
Yeah. And they used to say that we were like super cruel and everything. But then, like medically, scientifically, like there is a really special way to cut the throat, like for the halal meat. And this way, the animal doesn't feel anything because they cut like a super big nervous um, plexus
Yeah.
that they don't feel anything, and they don't like it's totally forbidden to make the animal suffer, totally forbidden to like beat them and wait
Yeah.
until they
Just do
eat and
stupid
everything.
shit.
It's totally forbidden. The only way you can kill your animal to eat it is to cut this way on this nervous plexus. And there is also like some kind of um, like teaching to learn like how to cut them the
Properly.
right way and everything. So like first, it's an amazing way to, I mean, an amazing way, a good way, a better way, let's say, like to kill the animal because it won't suffer.
Yeah.
Second, it's better because they don't have time to suffer, so the meat is going to be super smooth because they're not like super shaking and suffering and everything. So the muscles they stay smooth, so the meat is smoother. And honestly, to be honest, from what I've seen, it's generally cleaner. Like, I don't know how to say, but generally, to me, it felt like the meat was cleaner. It was more fresh. I don't know how to say. So, for example, they don't use the blood. For example, in France, we make something called boudin. They take all of the blood from the animal, but they don't kill it. They just like make a hole in the artery and wait until all of the blood falls out, and then they make a special meal with this blood, which is
Yeah, that's
like
disgusting.
super fucking awful and cruel for no reason. This is totally forbidden with the halal food. Like, they cannot use the blood for anything. Like, the blood is the blood. They throw it up and that's it. And so, like, I started buying only that kind of meat as soon as my parent like eat that meat, because my both parents agreed that like it was a better way, you know, for them. And honestly, I started feeling it. And so, like, I didn't buy meat and I don't eat meat a lot. Like, maybe, let's say, once every 2 weeks, something like this. But this is definitely enough. And so I just buy like a little bit of meat, depending on the meal I want to cook or so, whatever. But I just buy a little bit. I try to buy like quality meat. I try to buy it halal, because I know that the animals are not like going to suffer. It's not like super big. Generally, when you go to the local stuff, it's not like super big industries, you know, meat. I don't know how to say that,
Like,
but
I know what you mean. Like,
the process is different, you know?
exactly. It's not no factory.
Yeah, so I feel definitely better. And honestly, once every 2 weeks, also once every month for the human body is actually enough, because we are not like in super extreme thermic conditions. We're
So you
not
only
dealing.
eat meat once a month?
Mm.
That's
It
crazy.
it can totally be enough, in the sense that, for example,
I imagine so, but I eat meat every day.
yeah, but that's not good though. That's too much.
But it's like, I don't know though, cause like I don't even gain enough weight. Like, I'm trying to gain weight,
But if you
but
try to gain weight, you're not gonna gain it with meat. Definitely not.
yeah, I mean it's protein.
Nah, it's protein, but it's not like it's protein if you eat it raw. It's full of
So you got a liver king it. You heard of the liver
yeah.
king?
Like, when you cook the meat, that's the problem. Like, most of the people think that the meat like is mandatory in our food and everything, but because our ancestors used to eat meat and everything, our ancestors used to eat mammoth and all of the fucking big animals, and they used to eat it almost raw. Like, they didn't cook it the way we cook it. And so as we cook the meat, the way we cook the meat becomes definitely not something good for our body, in the sense that we use butter, we use oil, we use salt, spices, all of this stuff, and we overcook it. So as we overcook it, you kill everything that is good in the meat. The metals, all of the metals, the zinc, the iron, everything is zero in the meat we eat. Zero. If you want iron from the meat, you gotta eat it almost raw, like slightly cooked. So this is like a nonsense. If you want to gain weight, for example, my little brother, he had like the same issue, in the sense that like he couldn't gain weight whatever he was doing, and he started a diet for 1 month, and it was like 3 years ago, and he completely changed his way of eating, and he gained almost 20 kilos.
Damn.
Almost. Like, now he's 85.
Okay, so he's like 100. He's where I'm at. That's how much I weigh.
Yeah, but like he's you're probably taller, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm 6'1".
Yeah, he's like
180,
I don't-
175 pounds. So that's like, in kilos, it's like, what, like about 90 kilos, like 80 something kilos.
yeah, but you're like taller, way taller than him, because I
Yeah,
swear, like,
I'm
if you
trying to hit
see him,
200.
he doesn't look skinny at all. Sometimes I'm also telling him, isn't it a bit too much fat right now? Because he's like, no, I'm gonna go to the gym and blah blah. But like, what he's done is that it was a nutritionist that gave him the meals and everything, the program, and like he had the choice between 3 different meals for midday and 3 different meals from to dinner.
Yeah.
And every morning he had to eat 2 eggs, like 2 eggs plus a fruit or whatever he wants to eat, because it's the same. Like if you drink a juice, nonsense. Do you know that if you drink like a smoothie or a juice, it's like drinking one Coca-Cola. It's the equal same. This is totally equal.
What if it's like a fruit smoothie? 100% fruit.
It's totally equal.
What if you get juice, but it's like fruit that's pressed? Like you get the fruit and you press it.
It's totally equal. Totally equal. Like fresh orange juice is just like marketing,
So
because
you gotta eat the orange
eat the orange
and the
because
peel.
and the peel. I mean, if you eat the orange, like you're gonna get all of the vitamins and everything you need are in the pulp. It's in the fibers. If you destroy those fibers, all you're gonna get in your juice is the sugar. So, like the one glass of fresh orange juice is the equal of one Coca-Cola drink in terms of sugar, and you don't have the vitamins, you don't have anything inside of it. So like it doesn't mean anything. Eat one orange and you're gonna get all of the vitamins. Same for the meat, same for everything. Like for example, you buy your vegetables. Okay, you want everyone to wants to buy fresh vegetables. Okay, you go to the market and you buy your fresh and no. Okay, but and everyone is like saying that the frozen vegetables and everything are not good and blah blah blah. This is totally wrong in the sense that, okay, your fresh vegetable has more vitamins and more condiments than the frozen one, but if you keep your tomato for 5 days in your fridge, because you're not going to eat it
Like
everything the same day, and you're not going to go shopping every day, so you buy your food and then you eat it. After 5 days, it lost more than the half of the vitamin. Eat it 1 week later, it's the same. It doesn't move. It's frozen.
Right.
So you finally, if you eat your vegetable directly the same day, okay. But if you eat it 3-4 days later, eat frozen food. It's better because you have more vitamins in it than the tomato that you left in the corner of the fridge.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of stuff that we think are good, but that are actually just marketing. It's totally marketing.
Right.
Like I told, for example, the iron. Most of the people say that the best source of iron is in the meat.
Yeah.
Right. If you eat a fresh raw liver, yes. Yeah, but nobody want to do that. So the best source of iron is actually in the green vegetables. This is where you're gonna get like the best levels of iron, like spinach, celery, asparagus, all of the stuff.
I love how you say it.
What?
I don't want to tell you how you really say it, but it's cute how you say it.
How do you say it?
Vegetables.
Vegetables. Vegetables. How do you say it?
Vegetables.
Vegetables.
Yep. But you can keep saying it like that. I like that. Vegetables.
I'm pretty sure I'm still gonna say vegetables.
Vegetables. I like that.
Vegetables.
It's
but
funny.
Yeah, anyway, that was just a point, like, to say that, like, you have a lot of...
It don't gotta come from the meat. You just gotta, like, get the nutrition the right way.
Like, for gaining food, two of the best stuff are obviously chicken and rice.
I love chicken thighs.
That's super good. Like, if you eat every morning you force yourself, you eat like the equivalent of 2 eggs in the form of your choice, like boiled, whatever 2 eggs. Then in midday you can eat like rice or pasta or quinoa or I don't know how to say in English, feculents.
Which one?
Slow sugar. It's called like slow sugar stuff. Like pasta or rice are slow sugar. It means that it gives you
like starch
sugar.
stuff. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
But slowly the whole day.
Yeah. So like
This
pasta,
and
rice. I think that's really it. Pasta and rice, grains,
yeah, but you also have like yeah grains like
quinoa.
quinoa and stuff, quinoa and chicken, and
Quinoa.
like for dinner you can get like some I don't know if you like fish, but you
Some
can get like
salmon.
salmon. Yeah, salmon is very good.
Yeah.
Tuna also is very good.
I need to cook and portion it out, and like I need to start prepping. Like make my lunches, make my dinners, and have
That's
my
what he used to
breakfast,
do.
my
He
eggs.
used to prep for 2 or 3 days and lunch everything and put everything in the fridge. So my mom was like shouting all over because she was like, "The fridge is full of your shit."
Right.
But he used to prep everything in advance and go to the gym
Yeah.
every day. And he cutted all of the super sugary stuff like soda.
Yeah. I don't even drink soda. I drink a lot of juice, but I don't drink soda.
Well, maybe cut it also a bit. Like,
Juice.
yeah, I mean, you can eat a fresh juice if you like it during the day, but don't eat like 20 of them. Like, drink one because you are allowed to get some sugar, but
Just one big
rather,
one.
yeah, one super big.
I just drank one.
But yeah, just eat fruits. And honestly, if you do that for 1 month, I'm pretty sure you're gonna gain weight like very easily.
For sure.
Like the good proteins, not only the meat, because the meat is not, for example, red meat doesn't give much proteins. Chicken does, white meats does, but like the red ones, not so much.
I eat a lot of chicken.
Yeah, so that's
I don't
great.
eat a lot of red meats. I eat more chicken than anything. I eat I'm telling you, the most I eat a lot is chicken thighs. Eat chicken thighs like dinner every day. It's my
Yeah,
go-to.
that's great.
I make chicken teriyaki. I make chicken curry. I make the marry me chicken. It's going down. Chicken thighs get cooked.
He used to cook a lot curry stuff because he used to like to put he wanted to replace cream that he puts in the food, and so he used a lot of coconut milk.
Oh yeah, coconut curry. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So he used to prepare like for example he used to prepare 2 different meals. He used to say like okay, I will do like chicken with coconut milk and curry and rice. So he prepares like let's say 3 or 4 portions of them,
Mhm.
and then he cooks some vegetables.
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 Vegetables. With also with a bit of rice and maybe another meat or just an egg
Mhm.
and boiled egg or something like this, and also 3 portions. And yeah, he already had 3 or 4 weeks, days of the week done, you know. And in the morning, he just cooks his 2 eggs. It takes like 2 minutes to do, and that's it. He used to take also some proteins like shakers, but he turned into the vegetal proteins.
Oh yeah, the vegetable base, soy base.
Yeah, not animals ones because the animal are very very hard to digest.
Oh, so yeah, because
Uh,
you gotta get something that'll help you digest it quicker. Because it's like you'll just have water in your body, a
yeah,
lot of
so
water
if
weight.
that's the point, like if you have bad digestion, like your body is not going to be able to absorb good like the nutriments. So like digestion is one of the most important stuff in the sense that
Enzymes.
if you digest bad, you're not going to gain any weight because your body is going to be too focused on
Oh,
digesting this shit and cutting the proteins and everything, so he doesn't really focus on absorbing. But there are so many like small stuff that you can change in your food without becoming of course a freak, you know, counting every calorie and everything,
no,
but you can change some small stuff that can really help. And honestly, my best advice is like cutting
red meat,
not red meat, but no, not about the meat, but use less sugar.
sugar.
Yeah,
I love sugar.
yeah, I love sugar too, but you can find your dose of sugar in some low glycemic. Uh, I don't know how to say that in English, but you can have like the taste, the sugary taste and the sugar level are two dissociated things. So you can have something that tastes super super sugary,
But it
but
doesn't
is
have the sugar level.
really low in sugar. For example, the agave syrup.
Agave.
Yeah,
I got that.
agave.
Agave. I like agave.
Agave syrup. Like I replace my sugar with this. This is super, super, super sugary in the taste. It doesn't taste anything in the sense that it's like sugar. It's like just the taste of sugar, and it's really, really low in sugar levels. So, like for example, in your coffee in the morning, like I just put this, and this is better. Like it tastes
Instead
like
of
sugar.
sugar.
And also sometimes
I
I
like
go
honey.
and I just eat pure
Pure
sugar
sugar
because
right
we
there.
need
That's that
it.
Starbucks. Starbeezy.
Yeah, because this is good, and we still need to enjoy what we are eating.
A little bit.
Again, it's balance.
A
Everything
little
is
bit of
supposed to.
balance, exactly. How tall are you?
Pretty sure. I think. Okay, let me check. I think in feet, I think I'm 5.3 maybe.
5'3". Sheesh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're short.
Yeah. No.
You're a shorty.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm short. Nobody respects me at the hospital.
No, they just
I'm
all
kidding.
looking down at you.
Yeah, I gotta bark so people can hear me. I'm like, but yeah, I'm pretty short. I mean, we're not super tall in France.
No.
That's what I figured that because here in Romania, girls and boys are like super tall.
And back in France, it's like everybody's short.
Yeah, everybody's short.
I want to visit France. France seems like it's nice.
Have you ever? Did you ever went to Europe or?
Not
Never.
yet. Not yet. I'm planning to soon though. I got some trips to go. For sure. I gotta go to the Netherlands. I gotta go to Amsterdam.
Huh? I won't ask you for what.
Huh?
I won't ask you for what.
For what? For the weed.
Yeah, for the weed. I have to admit that this is quite amazing.
What?
Amsterdam. This is crazy.
Yeah.
Like
And
you go.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I was talking to somebody from there. They told me that their clubs are open till like 5 a.m. Like they party all the way to the morning.
Yeah, you can also find some clubs until 9, until 10.
That's crazy. Like you just partying until the morning.
Yeah.
We in this bitch.
Yeah, I
Don't
mean,
show
even
up
there,
till like 12 at night.
Yeah, even before sometimes. If you go to Berlin, like Berlin, they have clubs that are open during 72 hours.
3 days straight.
Yeah. So what you do is that I used to go a lot to Berlin with my friends. What you do is that you go and you have no fucking notion of time because it's so dark inside. You have like 3 stages. It looks like a manure or something. And like when you're tired, you just go back home and then you wake up, you eat, and then you go back to the club. And you do that for like 3 days in a row, and you have all the time something to do. Anytime during the day, you have a party. Like, it's crazy. Anytime.
And the party is always lit. Like it's not like the party dead kinda. The party is always the same pace.
No, it's always lit and it's always amazing. For example, like in Berlin, you have the Berghain. The Berghain it's more like house and techno music, like strong one. But this is the club that is open 72 hours straight, and this is kind of select in the sense that there are some rules when you get in. No phones, no phones allowed. Like generally you're going to see the people waiting to get in. Everyone is dressed in black. Like this is kind of the code. Like you gotta be dressed in black and be a bit like, you know. And when you get in, most of the people, and this is like a general thing in Berlin, especially, most of the people get naked. So
Immediately?
like completely, you have some
Guys
person that
and
are
girls.
guys and girls. You have some people that are completely naked, some people in underwear, some people with straps, some people with whatever.
So you be out
Some
there. That's
people,
where you be at. That's your whole thing.
well, no, but that was such a crazy experience
You
in the
got
sense that
naked.
I didn't get naked, but I got like in underwears. And that was so fucking amazing because nobody is going to try to do anything with you. Nobody
Nah,
is going to
it's
know
in that
you.
business.
Nobody fucking cares. Like you're naked and just having fun with people and it's just bodies and nobody fucking cares. And that's just amazing. And in
What
this
kind of
club,
drugs are going on?
everything actually.
Yeah. What kind of drugs
Yeah.
did you take? You party out there. Cause you gotta be taking
Uh,
some shit to be 3 days. It's not.
yeah.
It's
Yeah,
not
you gotta
smoking
be
weed.
that. Yeah, definitely. No, you gotta take. I mean, I've done it without drugs.
It's
Like the
not as
parties
fun.
there. No, it's still very fun because it's still like a crazy experience. So you're still in the mood, you know, you're still going with the flow. But what did I take? The first time I went there, I think I went on ecstasy.
Oh, using that bitch.
Yeah. Yeah, I was on ecstasy and I was like talking to everyone and I was like, oh, this is amazing. But this was so fun. And like, you know, when I entered and I saw the people taking their backpacks, putting all of their clothes inside the backpack, giving it to the
The
how do you
door
call that?
person.
Yeah, and it was so normal. And you arrive, and the first floor, there are a lot of candles all over, and it's like another world. And then you have 3 floors. You have one floor for pure techno, one floor of like house and deep house music, and you have one other floor. And this floor you have a smoothie bar. You can buy toothbrush. You can buy soap. You have showers. You have so many weird stuff that you can find in the club because people stay there for a long time. So you can buy food in the club. Like it's so fucking crazy. And you have so many amazing clubs there. You have also one club that is called I don't remember. So this is the Berghain. There is another one. It's not the Kit Kat. It's Kit Kat. Also, all people get naked there.
Kit Kat.
Then you have Kit Kat. Yeah.
See,
Then
you
you
know
have
all the
another.
naked places. You be in there. It's okay using that naked, using that bitch. Of the X, naked.
It's so cool. And you know, first you're not that comfortable. Like for example, I mean, you have every sexual orientation, every kind of stuff. So I was like surrounded by gays naked with strap-ons, girls, boys, hetero, gay, whatever. It was like a whole mix. And so I wasn't feeling really comfortable the first hour, let's say, because it was like I see dicks everywhere
Just
because I wasn't
dicks.
used to it. And it
Titties
was
and
like every
dicks.
time I was
Fake
every time I was
dicks.
dancing with someone, I was like,
His dick was just jumping in your face.
yeah, and that was weird. But then after 1 or 2 hours, you just understand the general mood and that nobody cares about any shit. And that's so fucking amazing. Like, you feel so free that you don't want to go home. You don't want to get out of there because it's such an
It's too
amazing
lit.
atmosphere and
Yeah.
stuff. So it's
And
really
this is
good.
Berlin.
hmm
So I gotta come out to
Honestly,
Berlin.
Berlin has been one of the best party cities I've ever went to. Belgrade is also really good. Like Belgrade, you also have parties 24/7. Like you want to party at 9 in the morning, you can find outdoor
Belgrady.
stuff. Yeah, Belgrade. Yeah,
Right.
very good. And Amsterdam, actually, I went there 2 times, and I went there for a festival, music festival that is called Dekmantel.
I think I heard of that.
It's really good because I like festivals, but I don't like. I don't know how to say that. I like festivals with a bit of comfort, you know.
Yeah.
Like I don't like too
Like dirty and
psych
wild.
and dance and no, I like a bit of comfort, and this festival is really amazing because the setup is really great. You see that the people that goes there are not only like super dragged one, you know. You have day and night parties, like festival going day and night, so you can choose like the days with the artists that you like and everything. You can also buy food there. There is grass. It's in a huge park, so you can eat your burger on the grass in front of a super good DJ, and you're like under the sun, and it's so amazing. And you have people from all over the world, and when you get out of there, you can just go to Amsterdam and go in a coffee shop and enjoy a big joint. So like the mood is perfect. And also Amsterdam is really cute. Like you have the river and everything. It's really, really cute. So even if you just walk there and have a nice afternoon, I mean, just smoke a bit and have a nice afternoon and eat, it's going to be like a nice moment. So I really liked it. Amsterdam was really nice.
Yeah.
I will not recommend you Paris.
Why not?
I mean, as a tourist, maybe you can enjoy it for like few days, but as a Parisian, I can tell you that this is very different now. This is not super safe.
It's
as a
dangerous.
place.
Come out there with
Yeah.
my knife.
Honestly, it is quite dangerous. Like a lot of shit happens actually there, and like now we have a lot of people in the streets, migrants and everything. So it's going really bad. Like the situation is not going really great. So it's still magical and it's still a very beautiful city to visit. But I don't know. I try to imagine myself as a tourist for the first time. Maybe I would like to go to Paris to take a few shots and whatever, but I'm not going to be willing to stay there for 2 weeks, you know?
I don't think I'm not really pressed about Paris. Paris doesn't really seem lit to me. I'm more interested in like the party places and the places where weed's legal. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well,
I'm
yeah,
trying to turn
then
out.
I will definitely recommend you Belgrade. Budapest and Bucharest are good also, but Belgrade and Berlin are
And that's
on top.
Berlin is in Germany, right?
No, Belgrade is in Serbia.
Belgrade is in Serbia.
Yeah, this is the capital of Serbia.
Wait, where is Berlin?
Berlin is in Germany.
That's what I
Berlin is in
thought.
Germany, but
Okay.
Belgrade is in Serbia.
How far are they from each other?
Not too far, honestly. I will see. I will check, but honestly, by flying, it's not so far.
Okay. So
Let me
which
check.
one's better, Belgrade or Berlin, to visit? And remember, I'm black. Remember that.
Definitely, you're going to really like Berlin, I think.
Okay.
Berlin is really amazing. Because Berlin, it's not only for the party. Berlin, you have really amazing people there. Like, I've met some super interesting people, like super artistic in their own world. Like, I met really amazing people there. So, and you're really going to enjoy it. You have a lot of, it's more some kind of arty underground city.
Yeah.
You have a lot of foreigners, a lot of young people. So the general mood is super cool. Like it's safe, it's cool. I mean, that's how I felt.
You felt safe.
And I had a lot of black friends there that were living their best lives. A lot of girls alone, and they never had any troubles. Like, I mean, still, it's a city where people party a lot, so you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful with the drugs. As every city, you hear some bad stories and some crazy shit that happens because humans are crazy all over the world. So, you know, but honestly, I really enjoyed it. Like, I went there 5 times and I've never been into any kind of troubles, and I really enjoyed it. So I think it's pretty safe and really, really cool. And also, I don't know, but you have some super cool shops, super cool galleries for art.
Is weed legal out there?
What?
Weed. Is weed legal in Berlin?
No, no, it's not legal, but I'll say you're not going to struggle to find any drugs.
Okay. Is it good weed though? That's the thing. Is that good weed?
I didn't really smoke there, so I cannot tell you for real.
You just did
Because
ecstasy?
I was more into the other kind of shit when I was there.
Like X?
I didn't smoke that much, but I think. I mean, this is an arty city, so obviously I think that a lot of people smoke there.
I've never done any like I've never done ecstasy or anything like that. I've only smoked weed, I've only did shrooms, and I did acid. But I never took ecstasy though, or like any other like party drug like that. You know?
This is really
Or
different
Molly.
from shrooms and everything. Like, this is not really recreative, so you're not going to get hallucinations and
No, you're just gonna be turned up.
yeah, it's gonna turn you up a lot. You're going to feel you feel like you want to touch things.
Touch everybody.
Yeah, you feel like also you're soft. You're like, when you touch somebody's shoulder, you're not going to be like, hey, you're going to be like, grab
Rubbing on
it, and you feel like you really want to touch the things, and you like the human contact,
Right.
and you're going to feel like super speed up, and you feel the music a million times more than
You know,
without anything,
like,
of course. The only thing with ecstasy, I think, is to go slow. Like, don't take a whole pill like this, because the only problem with those drugs is that you never know exactly what you get.
Okay.
So I will recommend, as soon as you try something, to try it really slow. Like, just try a little piece. Like, for example, when I used to buy ecstasy, even if I knew where it came from and everything, I used to break it
Yeah.
in small slices, like in 4, for example.
Yeah.
And I used to take quart by quart.
Okay.
Like, I take a little bit, I wait 30 minutes, an hour,
See
I
how
see
you
how it
feel.
goes. If I like it, I keep going. But yeah, I don't recommend you to take like one directly, because
So
it can be.
is like fentanyl and stuff going on out there?
What?
Fentanyl, is that a thing out there? Because it's like a lot of pills and stuff out here are getting like swapped out and like counterfeited with fentanyl, like drug
Yeah,
pills.
I know. Honestly, I don't know. I think that anyway, this market is a dangerous market.
Right.
So I will obviously, like, for example, when I used to take the ecstasy, like, it was a friend of mine that was 45 years old. He was an IT engineer that was a bit crazy and a bit. He was really special, like a special person as an IT engineer of 45 years old. But he used to make his own ecstasy. And like, it was super extremely obvious that he wasn't like putting anything that could be harmful for
Right.
anyone. It was only amphetamines and the powder to make it compact, but it was nothing like wrong in it. And he used to take his own drugs, so I was like, okay, if you take your shit, I'm definitely safe to take it too.
Facts.
But yeah, I would definitely not recommend to buy anything from anyone. And obviously, always be careful. Like,
Yeah.
you can never know. Like, if you really know the persons that you are around, and you feel the vibes and you feel the good vibes, and you see that they're taking it, and you can try, but don't go to the street and buy something to a motherfucker, because you're never gonna know
What it
they
is.
put in it.
Yeah, facts.
But yeah, for the fentanyl, of course, like, I've seen a lot of, especially at the hospital, like a lot of bad situations with that. And the crazy stuff is that we use it at the hospital.
Yeah, it's a medicine, ain't it?
Yeah, this is where it comes from, actually. The fentanyl we use it for anesthesia. So this is really crazy to see. I don't really get how the people I don't know, like how it got out of hands and stuff. But yeah, this is actually a very good drug because in the hospital, the medicines, we call them the drugs.
Right.
So this is actually a very good drug as a medical purpose.
It does a good job, but it's being used in another way.
Yeah, but it can be really, really harmful. I mean, we know exactly the dose we get. Oh, you have it, Agave. Great.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if you go slow and you know, try to meet some people before and try to get with the right people and the good atmosphere and good vibe, I think it can be fine. But obviously, some shit can happen. I mean, a friend of mine had a big trouble in Berlin. Like, we went to the party together. It was 6 p.m. and we went to the before party and we decided we were planning to go to Berghain and everything. And he was already taking so many stuff, and with my best friend we told him, go slow, man, it's only 6 p.m. Like, we were only drinking beers, you know, we were like,
Yeah, we're gonna be partying all night.
yeah, we have time. You don't need to be binge drinking and then taking all of the drugs at 7 p.m. It's fine. But he didn't want to listen, and he went out to buy some. And he knew Berlin, so we were not like super worried about him. He really knew Berlin really well and stuff. So we were kind of confident. We thought, like, he said, "Oh, I'm gonna get some. I come back." We said, "Okay," and he never came back. And what happened was, he tried. Usually when you buy drugs to the dealers, because when you go to Berlin, a lot of guys are going to come from nowhere and tell you, "Oh, you want this, you want some of that, you want this, you want that." And he tried, and generally they can make you try a little bit. And I don't really know what they gave him, but they drugged him. He couldn't remember anything, and he woke up in the other part of the city
With no money.
with nothing. No clothes, no money, no papers, nothing. Nothing. So he was stuck in Berlin because he didn't have no card, no identity card anymore, like nothing. And he, thank God, he found the apartment back, and he came back home. And we were like, I was so worried because we came back. I tried to call him so many times and everything, and he didn't reply. So I didn't really know what to do with my friend. We were like, okay, there are two options. First option, he went with a girl or something, I don't know, and, you know, he went to do his life in Berlin, which can happen. Second option, something bad happened to him, but we are never going to find out, you know?
Right.
So we stayed at the club and we continued our party because we thought maybe he's going to join us later.
Showed up at the club, right.
So we should stick to the plan. We came back home at, I think it was 6 or 6
in the morning.
Because I was kind of tired. It was the second day of partying, and I was like, okay, let's go home. This is time. And I was starting being worried for my friend and stuff.
Right.
And he came back at 1 p.m. Totally lost. Like, I don't know what happened yesterday. And I was like, what do you mean you don't know what happened? And he said, okay, I woke up in the middle of nowhere in the total opposite part of the city with nothing, and somebody stole everything from me. So I took him to the hospital and shit because I wanted him to get checked out, you know, because I was like, man, you don't know what happened. Like, sometimes some people do that and you find out you lost a kidney. Like,
damn,
you don't know what can happen, you know. So I wanted him to get checked out, so he went checked out. Everything was fine and stuff. But it was so crazy. And the hospital, the girl told us, yeah, this shit happens all the time, you know?
So you heard about somebody losing a kidney before, being in the medical field?
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy. Somebody just losing a kidney?
Yeah, some people, like, they wake up and they have, like, they don't really feel it, but they feel like something hurts, and they take off their shirt and they have, like, a super big scar. Yeah.
Fuck, where'd that come from? Be sore.
Yeah,
What's
that's fucking crazy. I mean, humans are crazy. You don't imagine like
the? No,
humans
I
are
only
really.
would imagine how if there's money, shit, people gonna get that money. Somebody's gonna get
Yeah,
it. So
I
what's the like craziest thing you heard of or you seen being in the medical field? Like as far as like a medical injury or like some like crazy story.
uh depends on the subject because there are like so many crazy stuff I've seen, but on different levels. Like
Give me like
for example,
top three. Top three craziest, any category, any subject.
okay, I think. Okay, I think the first craziest stuff I've seen was a guy that was brought to the emergency department
He was what?
because what?
You said a guy was what?
He was brought to the emergency department
Right.
because he was I don't know how to say in English. He got some guys. I think it was maybe about a girl. What I heard from the story, what I remember is that it was about some problems with a girl and four different guys. They burned his hair and they put it like some, I don't know how to say, a long stick, very long stick in his anus. And unfortunately the stick perforated all of his intestines and it came through his diaphragm there. Yeah, so he was about to die. Like basically he got like more than 8 hours of surgery.
Did he die?
No, he didn't die,
But he was never the same ever.
He would never be the same.
So
and he's like totally, he was like 3rd-degree burns all over his scalp and half of his face, and he could never poop normally ever.
Hell no.
Yeah, he has like a bag. We call this like
Shit
a
bag.
stomy. Yeah, we call that stomy. Like he cannot poop normally, he cannot eat normally, and he had like more than 8 hours surgery emergency, and then he had like 3 more surgeries, I guess, to fix it. So this was really traumatizing and really crazy.
Hell yeah, because like it doesn't even go that far. So first off, you had to stick something in somebody's ass, and unless he was having anal sex, that's hard already to stick something in somebody's ass that don't take shit up their ass. And then for you to go boom, I'm gonna hit to the wall of your ass. I'm not gonna stop there. I'm gonna go all the way through.
Further, yeah. Can you imagine like how violent this shit is?
How violent did that have to be? Did y'all hold him? Like what? How?
Like he came with the emergency, so emergency staff. So he was already perfused with blood because you can't imagine how much blood there was like all over. And so what happened was we took him like directly like this to the OR, and the first thing they had to do is that they had to cut him open all over to like check first of all they did like an MRI directly in the emergency room.
Yeah.
To check on all of his organs and everything inside, how it was and where was the biggest bleeding from, and if the heart was okay, if the lungs were not perforated, if everything was fine on the very vital organs. Then he got directly transfusion of blood and started surgery to take off the stick and to sew back all of the little veins and arteries that were cutted with this, and
taking it out.
yeah, sew back the intestines, sew back the stomach, sew back the anal parts, sew back the mucus tissues. Like it was like a total mess. And then the second step was also because there were 2 staff in the OR, because there was the staff for the abdominal surgery and there was also the staff to take care of the burn injury. Because he was burned on his face. They burned his hair. So he was like 3rd-degree burn on his scalp and half of his face. So they had two staff, one working on the abdominal part and working on the burn injury. And I assisted to the surgery, but I couldn't get into the OR. I was on the top, and checking what was going on in the OR.
Yeah.
But that was like too long, so I didn't assist for the 8 hours straight. I just stayed there for like 1 hour and checked like a bit of the procedure, but it was like total crazy and total violent. Like, I mean, all the staff, all of my colleagues and students, we shut it. We couldn't talk. Like, I was just like this. I was shocked by the violence of the thing. Like,
Yeah,
I was
because
so
like
shocked.
shit. What did you do to make these people that angry?
But you don't even imagine how many violent things. Like some people in Latin America, they it's fucking crazy what they do. They
violent?
cut, they give a lot super high dose of cocaine to the person. Because when you give a super strong dose of cocaine to someone,
Your blood flows.
no, not the blood flows, but it's going to keep him awake, and it's going to keep his heart beating. And so they do that to torture, so the person doesn't die and feel the torture. And then they cut their arms, they cut their legs, they cut their genitals, and then they eat their heart raw. Like they eat their organs. So they're still alive, because I saw some videos of that. Like their eyes are still moving, and they're still like moaning, like saying like this, but they're alive, but they don't have arms, don't have legs, their genitals are cut, and they're eating their organs.
That's
Like
fucking crazy.
some humans are like, you can't even imagine how violent it
Yeah,
can
because it's like, how do you do that? Like, I couldn't even I couldn't even stab somebody. Like, let alone cutting them open. It's up. Hell no.
That's awful. Like, honestly, I swear, I don't really get how the human can get that violent, but I've seen so many stuff and I've heard so many stories that I know that it can. Like, we can be the worst fucking animal on earth.
Yeah.
Like, really. We
Nah,
can
bro.
do some crazy shit. So that was the first, let's say, like the most violent, traumatizing stuff.
Right.
Because of the context and the story and
Right.
everything.
The nigga had a broomstick all the way up his ass.
Yeah, that was
Long
really,
distance.
really like, whoa. The second stuff
He was a
was,
popsicle stick. He basically
yeah,
got
it
popsicle
was
stick.
the stick of the cleaning stuff. I don't know.
A
It's
broom. A broomstick.
yeah, a broomstick. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like a
And you
broom.
know what they did? No, but that's how they performed also that far. You know what they did? The end of the broomstick, they cut it to make it pointy.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's why it did that much damage.
So they just stabbed him
Yeah, they stabbed him. Yeah,
up his ass.
that's why it perfored everything, and that's why it went that far. I mean, the point, the tip of the
Oh my God.
broomstick was just under his diaphragm, like it was there, literally, like inside the diaphragm. I mean, once it's a centimeter more, he would definitely have died, because like he was so lucky it didn't perforate his
He lived through that.
aorta.
Imagine how traumatized. Like I'll be scared of everything.
I mean, I think you honestly, that's what I was saying with my friends. Like, you'd better be dead. Like,
Yeah. Like I'd just rather die.
your life is over, like totally over. How can you reconstruct yourself after something that
Right.
traumatizing?
Mentally. Like
It's impossible. Like,
I just got.
and also you're handicapped forever. So forever, every day of your life, you're going to remember what happened because of your handicap. You cannot poop normally. You cannot eat normally. So you're going to remember this forever, every fucking day and second of your life. So you're never going to be able to recover.
Hell no.
Yeah, that's really, really
Did they
crazy.
catch who did that to him?
What?
Did they catch the people who did that?
I don't know. I don't know, because like I didn't stay long enough. Like I wasn't really following this patient, so I didn't really know the whole story. How like it takes a very long time because we needed him to recover to be able to talk because he was not able to talk. Like he was unconscious, almost unconscious, and he stayed for 8 hours anesthesia, then 2, 3 operation more. So he was like totally destroyed. So the man couldn't talk. We didn't even know if he was going to get out of the coma and wake up and everything. So we couldn't know exactly what happened, but from one thing to another, we kind of understood that it was like this kind of stories, like from a girl or a drug or something like that. And because from the
It had
spot
to be
that they
like
found him,
he had to do something to somebody. Like he had to like rape a girl or something like that. Cause ain't no way they just like.
probably, but that's the thing. Like that's something really tricky. For example, like we have some courses about ethics and everything, and they ask you some really crazy questions, but that's so interesting. Like, okay, you have two-person coming for an emergency. The emergency room is full. You have one old lady that is like 85 years old
Mm-hmm.
that needs a surgery, and you have one 27 years old boy, but he has a super huge Nazi cross tattooed on his chest. Who do you save?
I guess it's the Nazi because he's 27.
Yeah, even if you know that saving him is going to be harmful for the world. And saving the old lady is not going to harm anyone, but you gotta save the young guy. Like sometimes you gotta do some procedures and you gotta help some people that have done the worst shit ever. And you gotta take care of them like you take care of some angels on earth, like some amazing humans. Well, you gotta take care of both the same way, equally, with the same treatment. And that's crazy hard.
You find
That's
that
crazy.
hard?
What?
You find that kind of hard to do?
I find that hard, yeah. I find that hard because I meet so many amazing humans, and I find that hard to give the same treatment to the people, but at the same time, I find that totally normal because I think about the fact that everyone is able to get a redemption and
Right.
everyone is allowed to get a second chance.
That's true.
So I all the time think about this to make me be totally out of judgment. But sometimes it's hard, I swear. Sometimes it's hard because sometimes you can, for example, see some people coming and coming and coming back, doing the same shit, and being the same awful person, and you still got to take care of them.
Like
And
drug
like that's really,
overdosing and stuff.
yeah, and that's really really hard to do, but you still got to do it because this is your job. So yeah, that's some ethical questions that they ask us just to make us like think about it, and then they give us the law and the legal way to think and answer to this question. But this is crazy. Oh, the second stuff I saw, which was kind of complex situation, was a 15-year-old girl. This was at the gynecology and obstetrics department. So it was a 15-year-old girl that was pregnant, and she was pregnant from her brother. Yep. And she didn't want to.
How old was her brother?
What?
How old was her brother?
How old?
Yeah.
32.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
What country was this?
in France.
He didn't get locked the fuck up in France?
Well, that's the point. Like, that's the complex part of it because, first of all, we took about more than 2 weeks with the psychologues and everything, psychiatrists, to get to really understand if it was a rape or not. Because I swear that it wasn't really clear. So we had to understand if it was incest or if it was a rape. We finally understood that it was incest.
Yeah.
And so there were
And
a
rape,
lot.
child molestation.
Yeah, but
What's
the
the legal? Is
problem?
there no legal age?
Yeah, it's supposed to be 16.
Oh, she's 15. He should have went to jail. He's like, I locked the
But
fuck up.
in France,
He should have got killed.
sexual majority is 16, but we consider that from 14 years old you can consent sexually.
He should have got the brooms. He should have got the broomstick.
Yeah, she should have got the broomstick.
He should have
Definitely.
got the pop.
But she was so defending him, and so she didn't want.
Because she's a child.
She wanted to keep the baby. She was really like, and she was getting aggressive, and she was like, "This is my life," and so we started thinking.
I don't see nothing against keeping the baby, but I understand she was gonna protect her because that's what child molesters do. They get into these kids' minds and like trick them. She's a kid.
That's what I thought personally, but the problem is that like legally we couldn't like force her to anything, and the only thing we can do as doctors is to like call the social authorities and everything to take care of the situation. But the problem is that if you call the social and everything, like this is going to create a really complicated situation because they're obviously going to take the baby apart from the mom.
You said they're gonna do what?
They're obviously like when you call the social authorities, they're definitely as soon as the baby is gonna get born, they're going to take the baby apart from the mom. They're going to take him away from her. Okay. The problem is that the problematic situation is not the baby with the mom because we cannot judge until the baby is born. We cannot judge how she acts with her child. Right. So potentially she should be there's a maybe she can be able to take care of that child. But the problem is the situation with the brother, which is apparently the father. So like it was like super, super complex. And I had to do the delivery. I had to do the delivery of the baby.
So how was that?
So the crazy stuff is that I didn't know the story before because I didn't follow her pregnancy. But I had my shift, and during my shift, she came to deliver. So I had to take the file, and as soon as you have someone that comes in emergency for the Gene Oz, she had to take care of all of the file, read the whole story, read everything, the blood test, the pregnancy, how it went, blah, 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 everything. And so with all of my colleagues, we read all of the file because it was like something fucking strong. And so I was really scared because in the echographies, they didn't notice anything wrong. But there is 15% of error during an ecography. So you have potential mistakes that are not seen that can happen when the baby is born. So I was so worried that I will take the baby out and I will see like like a pathology, dysmorphia.
6 fingers.
Yeah. 6 finger is still fine, but like sometimes you find some crazy shit. Like, for example, like the parents doesn't know, first baby, happy couple, whatever, and the baby comes out and he has Down syndrome. Like, this can be super, super traumatizing for the parents because this is a shock. So, and you are also shocked. So you gotta take care of every detail. Legally, you gotta protect yourself because you cannot say your baby has Down syndrome because he gotta do even if it's clear.
You gotta let them go find out through another
doctor.
You
gotta do a genetic test and everything because if you don't do that before saying it to the couple, but you give the baby to the couple, they're going to see that something is wrong. So there are a lot of tricky stuff that you gotta really think twice, and you cannot really think those things twice because you have 1 second to
You
to
just gotta
think,
be
you know?
So yeah, so I guess it's like a lot of preparation.
Yeah. That's a lot of preparation, a lot of thinking alone in your bed. Okay, if this happened to me once, if this, like, you gotta try to kind of get ready to any potential situation that could happen to protect yourself legally. But first of all, like, take care of the patient, because the first thing you gotta do in your job is there's this sentence in Latin when we say the Hippocratic speech,
Yeah,
and the first
Hippocratic oath.
yeah, it's primum non nocere. This means like first don't harm. So that is like your first objective, you know? So you got to think about so many aspects of the things. But yeah, so this was the second really weird situation that I found out. And the third was I discovered this was really hard. Like, not in a, how to say, okay, she was a migrant. It was a girl, a 46-year-old girl, migrant from Mali. She was obese with a lot of hypertension problem, a lot of health problems. She was pregnant. She delivered her baby with a C-section because she couldn't push and everything because of all of her health problems, issues. And she was in a very bad situation because she was living in the streets. So we decided to keep her in the hospital for medical reasons for a month. The problem is that it was in July, and I think, and this was like, I cried. Honestly, like, I cried so much. I cried for probably a week after this, because like this kind of broke the whole trust I had in my coworkers in healthcare and in humanity in general.
Yeah.
So I used to go for my shifts. I had 3 shifts of 24 hours a week. Was depending. I had 2 shifts of 24 hours or 3 shifts of 24, 24, and 12. And so during the whole month, I saw this patient a lot, and I was spending a lot of time with that woman because she needed so much care, like not technical medicines, and she needed care, like literally just going to her room, staying just 3 minutes with her and being like, how are you? Oh, let me hold that baby. Oh, okay, have you been able to take a shower today? Blah, blah, blah. Just care, you know? Are you cold? Are you hot? Do you need something? Do you eat? Like, just care. So I used to really take care of her because she was the kind of woman, like, you know, with a lot of troubles and a lot of problems in her life and everything, but she wasn't saying anything. You know, this kind of person that are like really suffering, and you see it, you can tell from their eyes.
They fake it. They don't really talk about it.
Yeah, and you could tell from her eyes that she was traumatized by so many aspects in her life, but she wasn't complaining.
No.
And so, like, she really touched me, so I spent a lot of time with her. And during this month where she stayed at the hospital, I had 1 whole week off. During this whole week off, so it was my other colleagues and the nurses and everyone that was supposed to take care of her. The problem is that she had a C-section and she had obesity. So the first thing that you take care of is the scar, because the scar is hidden under the skin. As they are obese, the skin of the belly goes on top of the scar. Okay. So you really gotta take care to really clean it very often during the day and really clean the patient, because otherwise it's gonna get necrosis, like it's gonna get, you know, infected so bad. And it was summer, so it's really warm and everything.
That shit gonna stink.
And that's exactly what happened. When I came back 1 week after, I came straight to her room because I was so happy to find her back and everything. And I was like, it was super fucking stinky in the room, like vomiting stink, you know, it was smelling so bad, like dead person. And I asked her, I was like, gently, like, okay, as I knew that she was a migrant and everything, she didn't get access to a lot of hygiene and everything during her path in her life. I wanted to make sure that she was, just taking showers. And she was really obese and really tired with the C-section. So I thought like maybe she didn't shower during the whole week and, with the scarring and everything. But I asked her and she told me, no, but I cannot because I cannot move. And I asked her, like, what do you mean you cannot move? And she told me, like, I tried to ask for some painkillers, but even with the painkillers, I cannot move at all. And I thought, like, okay, you're like 3 weeks from your C-section. Normally, you can almost run. Like,
Right.
how comes? And I decided to check. I thought instantly about the scar. And I decided to check. And, like, literally half of her belly was necrosing and there were worms. Yeah.
So she had worms on her belly?
Yeah. Like when I took the belly, the belly, the fat up to check on the scar, there were worms. So this means that my colleagues and coworkers, the nurses and everything, I'm pretty sure of that because she was a migrant and, they didn't really take care of her, they didn't take care of her scar, and they let her get infected to the point she got worms.
But then they're going to have to fix that before they let her go.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, like...
Wait, so, because worms don't just come out of nowhere, do they? They could just come out of nowhere.
No, like, we all have some, let's say...
Parasites?
Parasites, yeah.
And they grow.
those-
So them motherfuckers evolved. They was eating so good.
They do.
They was like, hey, this is a good spot. We're going to build a whole city.
They do. Like, as soon as you give them food and the bacteria, enough bacteria because to grow and some infected tissues and everything, they're going to evolve into worms, into big parasites.
That's fucking crazy.
That's where they come from when somebody dies. They don't come from, some of them come from the earth, but most of them, like, for example, a guy that is in a, how do you say, coffin?
Yeah.
Coffin? He still gets eaten by the worms, even though he isn't in contact with the mud. So those parasites and those worms come from your body, not from outside. So yeah, she got worms. And honestly, this is something that really freaks me out. Like, I can see anything, any blood, any shit, any whatever.
Worms.
But the worms is like something, whoa, that shit is strong.
So when you seen it, what you do? You scream? You like, what the fuck?
I couldn't because I thought about her and I was like, I was shocked. Like my eyes, I'm pretty sure, and I had the mask on and everything, so I'm pretty sure my eyes were like this.
Bitch, what the fuck?
Yeah, and then I stared at her and I told her, okay, your scar is not going well. I'm coming back. I have to go to go to see the chief of the department. I went out. Even though I was a student, I started shouting on every fucking nurse. I was like, what the fuck? Like, are you fucking serious? Like, you leave a patient in this fucking condition? Like, I left for 1 week and she got worms. Like, I was like, you deserve the fucking worms in your fucking ass. Like, you're, like, you saying from, like, you thinking that you're a healthcare person? Like, are you healthcare? You take care of the people? Like, what do you mean?
Right.
And so I asked the nurse, I told her, you know what? I'm going to call the chief of the department to tell me what to do because now I fucking don't know what to do with that. I don't even know where the worms are. I don't even know how deep the infection went. So I'm going to call him to know what to do, the exams and everything. But after that, I can tell you that you're going to fucking clean it. I'm not going to clean the worms. But the problem is that the nurse that was on shift this day, she was pregnant. So, you know, all of the smelling and everything was really hard for her. So she tried for once and she started like gagging in front of the patient. So I told her, like, you know what, whatever, I'm gonna do it. So I put it like some
Nose plugs,
perfume,
perfume.
yeah, essential
Oils.
oil and everything there just to not smell the thing.
It was that
Yeah,
bad.
it was honestly one of the worst odor I've ever smelled in my life. Honestly, it was the worst. Like you couldn't, you know, when I went out of the room, I still had the smell on my blues. The odor was on my clothing.
Hell no.
And yeah, so I had to take off the worms I could see. And like it was a bit deep, so I decided to, the chief of the department told me that we should probably take her to the OR to go deeper and take off all of the parasites in the OR. So she went there and stuff, but it was like a mess. It was a total mess. Oh my god.
So
Can
they
you
had
imagine
to-
she was taking care of her baby with some worms on her in her belly?
So they gotta take these worms out. They gotta take all of them out and make sure they get all of them out.
Yeah. I mean, you can get worms even without knowing it. Like some people have super long worms in their heart.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Like sometimes people get cardiac insufficiency
Cause they got a worm in your heart.
because they've got worms in their heart. Yeah. Or in the intestines
Doesn't that come
also.
from eating pork?
Hmm?
I heard that come from eating pork. Getting worms.
Not necessarily. I mean, it depends. Like in the past, yes, a lot. Because I mean, the pork is one of the dirtiest animal ever. Like you know, the pork eats his own shit. This is the only animal that does this.
Chickens eat that shit too.
Yeah, but like chicken shit is not like pork shit. So it's not like that much of a problem. And also chicken it's really full of bacteria as an animal. That's why they have that many antibiotics and everything. And that's why it's harmful for us because they give them a lot of antibiotics and we eat it. So we eat a lot of antibiotics with the chicken. But the pork is like really, really, really dirty. You know, the mafia gives the body they eat to the porks.
To the pigs, yeah.
Yeah, to the pigs because they also eat the teeth. Like they eat everything. They eat the bones, the teeth. They eat everything. So when you want to make a body disappear, you give it to a pig. So like this is a really, really, really dirty animal. And so yeah, of course, the flesh of the pig is really dirty. But today, I'll say that industrial pork meat is not that dirty because they give a lot of pesticides and antibiotics and everything. But yes, of course, if you buy fresh pork meat and everything, yes, it's full of parasites. But also, for example, fresh salmon, 70% of the fresh salmons have parasites in it. So you can find it everywhere. And the parasites, basically, you can get parasites by, you know, the people that eat their fingernails all the time.
Yeah.
They come a lot to the hospital for parasites. They have parasites all the time, because, for example, under our nails, on our fingers, we are full of parasites. So when you eat your fingernails, you eat all of the parasites underneath, and in your intestines. So when you have too many parasites, let's say, like they become stronger than the gastric acid and everything you have in your stomach and intestine, and they don't kill it, so they evolve. And in the intestines, they have everything they need. They have the food, the sugar, it's warm, water, they have everything. So it's a perfect environment for them to evolve.
And they just get long as fuck.
And they get long as fuck. And they have so many. And they're like, oh, I don't get why I have parasites all the time. And you have parasites all the time because you eat, you bite your
So how do you
fingernails.
how do you clean out parasites from your body? Like, what do you do?
It depends on the type,
Antibiotics?
the amount, the type, the size, the location. For example, we have one type of parasite that is called Lombrachis aricoid. And Lombrachis aricoid are like, they're very long, white and very long ones. So those are really problematic because those can move all over the body. Those are the one that goes to the lungs, goes to the heart. They go so far. So those we got to do a surgery, and generally they are a lot. Like, you can take off a whole plate of parasites, of worms. But you have some others, for example, oxure. The oxure, we all have them, all the humans, and all of the baby, they get once the oxure, like, as a parent, you can see it in the shit of the baby, and the parents, they freak out. They're like, and they come like in the emergency, and you tell them this is normal, it's your baby, it's normal for their intestines and whatever. But this is not normal for adults to have many of them. So when you have them, we give them, like for the dogs and animals, anti-parasites, and it kills them. And of course, they have to take care of the hygiene, in the sense you gotta clean all of the tissue, like the clothes that are in contact with it. So basically all of your clothes at more than 90 degrees, your sheets, your bed sheets, clean your toilets, clean everything, your shower, everything that you touch, because you're most likely to get parasites on it.
Damn.
Like the phone is full of parasites. You know that a phone is more dirty than public toilets.
Like the cell phone?
Yeah. It's more dirty because we don't clean it, and we use it all the time. We have our hands all the time, whether it's dirty, whether it's clean. We all the time touch our phones. So it's like, my phone right now is more dirty than public toilets. But I wash it, I clean it all the time because I know that. So now I'm all the time, almost every day, I take some alcohol and some stuff to clean it.
Hold on. See, you got me thinking now, man. Cause I ain't watched my phone in forever. I ain't gonna lie.
Well, you might get crazy if you see, like, with the microscope, the bacteria that are on the phone.
I can only
And
imagine.
we have it on our face. We have it on our face. We sleep on it. Like that. And this goes in our bags, in our clothes, in our bed. We take the phone in the toilet. Because we scroll when you're in the toilet. You clean your hands. But you don't clean your phone every time you go to the toilet with your phone. So it gets fecal feces on the phone, and you clean your hands, and the first thing you do is you take your phone. So you put back the fecal matters on your hand that were on your phone, you put them back on your hands. So this shit is crazy. Like, this is the dirtiest stuff ever. Basically, it's easy. Like, everything you touch a lot with your hands are really dirty.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So, like, basically what I do now is that I always have, it helps with COVID and everything, but I always have a small alcohol bottle with me. And so every time, I don't know, I'm like outside or waiting the bus or waiting for something, I just clean my phone and clean my hands too.
Yeah, that's what you're gonna have to start doing. Shit. I need to clean my controller.
Yeah, it's basically the same. Your controller, your computer, everything you touch a lot with your hands, and you don't really pay attention if they're clean or not, means they have a lot of bacteria. So you should clean them like as much as you can. For example, one thing that is so simple that we never think about cleaning. Your door.
Door handle.
Yeah, but on the outside.
Oh, outside the house.
We never fucking clean that. Even on the inside, we clean it once every fucking year or every 2 years. Every fucking day, you come from outside with your hand dirty, with all of the shit of the world. You touch that,
And then you go
and
in
you
the
don't
house.
clean it.
That's crazy. I never thought of it like that. I could only imagine. I don't want to see the bacteria because I'll probably go crazy.
That's what happened to me. Like the first year of medicine I had, we had like the labs in for the bacteria. So they wanted to make us understand, what it was and where they were and everything. So they made us. They took like we went to the lab. They took like so many little. We call this Petri box. These are like the small rounded box with all of the
The
things that the
bacteria.
bacteria need to, yeah. And they made us put so many random stuff: phone, one print of the hand, a ring, a bracelet, a watch, a necklace, like all of the stuff that we usually have.
Hmm.
And we've waited for 2 weeks, and they sent us the results, like the photos of the stuff, and it was like fucking crazy. And that's how we understood, like, the importance of, yeah, of hygiene and everything. But for after this, I became like kind of paranoid with this. Then I started understanding more in detail every bacteria, the very harmful, how many times they stay in contact of the oxygen, how do they die, blah blah blah. So I started like calming down, and I was like, okay, it's fine. Like, it's not super likely that you will get bacteria from opening your closet. But still, like, sometimes I try to think about it, and I'm like, okay, maybe I should clean that. I think it's been a very long time I didn't do it. But yeah, this shit is crazy. I mean, the most paranoid stuff that I have now and that's what I'm trying to work on so much, because this is really a problem, is on the sexual part.
The what?
Like, those are some stuff that I never really thought about before I got into med school, in the sense that we all know that you can get HIV, hepatitis, and this kind of stuff.
Right.
But we don't really measure all of the other stuff, because we only talk about this, and this is the only thing that we're scared of, and we don't really know how it works exactly. This is why people were so scared about people that had HIV in the 80s. They didn't want to hug them and everything, because they didn't know like how it works exactly.
Right.
And I figured out that 99% of the people on Earth don't really know how this thing works.
I don't really know. I know to stay the
Yeah.
fuck away from it.
Yeah, that's the strategy I had. Also, I was like, okay, you gotta put a condom, and okay, but like I never really understood and what they were, and then I discovered all of the fucking other stuff, and I was like, oh my god, I'm not scared of HIV anymore. I'm scared of all of the other stuff.
What's something else that's super scary?
Syphilis.
Oh, yeah. I heard about syphilis. Only time I've ever heard about syphilis was with the Tuskegee experiment. You heard about that?
Yeah, well, tell me more.
Tuskegee. It was an institution called Tuskegee, and they did some illegal experiments with black men, and it was like in the 80s or 800s or something like that, 1800s or some shit. It was like a long time ago, but it came out that they were given it was a test group of certain men and they were giving them syphilis on purpose to basically see how it reacted to their body, and they didn't tell them that they were giving it to them.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I heard about this. You don't even imagine how many creepy stuff they can do. Now, likely a bit less because there are so many more authorities and everything, but
How you
still
feel about that vaccine?
Well, I have different opinions on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
The new one.
For the RNA, it means RNA process in the sense Pfizer, Moderna, most of them
Johnson
actually.
Johnson.
Johnson, all of those. The thing is that most of the people freaked out because they said that we don't know the effects of this technique and everything on the human body, and then we never tried it. Okay. But this technique, like the gene and using the RNA and everything technique has been used for more than 50 years. Like we use it for actually already many other vaccines, and the research is like really, really, really big on this. And from what they exposed, meaning I'm not in the laboratory, so I don't know what they're doing. But basically, from what they're exposing scientifically, it makes sense. In the sense that if you understand all of the mechanism and the process that they've used for the vaccine, it's totally logical and it's quite revolutionary in the sense that, like, there is no way how they exposed it that it could harm and that it could modify your DNA or whatever it could do. Then the other part is that people were like really scared about the fact that the vaccine, usually we take 10 years to put a vaccine out, and that this time we put it out in 6 months. The thing is that in the process of creating a vaccine, and that's what most of the people don't know, is that it takes 10 years, not because we try it on everyone and we make sure. Most of the time we make the basic assays, clinical assays, and then we are done. What takes that much time is getting the AMM, market authorization. So it takes about 5 years to get the administrative part okay and the legal part okay. So you give your file, you do your essays, you do everything, you give your project to them, and they say, okay, if this is top priority thing, we're going to do it in 1 week. If this is a low priority project, we're going to do it in 4, 5, 6, 7 years, whatever. Study it. The COVID, actually, they all passed what we call phase 2 clinical assay. The phase 2 is, there's the phase 1. Phase 1 is trying on animals. The phase 2 is tried on animals and humans, and it is to define the dose, basically the dose. So you know the effects on the closest animals to the human, and then you study the dose. Phase 3 is general international essays on 300,000 people, whatever. And phase 4 is administrative, purely administrative and legal. Most of them, they pass the phase 2. Most of the medicine we take actually don't even pass the phase 2. Like most of the medicine, they go from phase 1, they have enough content, and they go directly to phase 3 or phase 4. So on this scientifical and medical and legal things, there was nothing wrong. But first of all, the ethic choices that were taken by the government were totally against the ethics. So it was totally wrong to force people to do it. Okay, they've done it because people were dying in the hospital. We didn't have enough professionals, enough whatever. This is their choices because they've done the system wrong and the healthcare system wrong. So people in general, population don't have to pay for governmental mistakes. That's the first thing. Second thing, I don't know what they do in the labs, and to be honest, I don't really fully trust them, in the sense that they know that a lot of people today have a lot of scientific knowledge. So they know that more exposing. You just got to check on internet, okay, what is RNA, what is DNA, whatever, and you can understand. So they're becoming really smart, and they're protecting themselves a lot. So as much as they protect themselves and as much as the people get knowledge, less that I trust them, because much likely that they're going to be like snakes and trying to, find a little detail to hide something. So that's a fact. Third, I don't really know about this whole COVID situation. I think that this is something really common in the end, that every 20 fucking years, and we starting to reduce this time, so it becomes every 10 years about, it's cyclical. We have big pandemia, which is totally normal because this is all based on the general population immunity. So this is something super cyclic and super normal, and we don't have to panic all over because people are dying at the hospital. Yeah, people are dying from COVID, like people are dying of not eating every day. And I think like not having food kills more people every day, every fucking year since the beginning of this earth than the COVID. So this was like a very big panic attack, general panic attack for no reason to me. And this is kind of sad because this is kind of hard for me to say that, as I was working during COVID. So I was doing the 90 hours of work during the weeks and everything for zero fucking salary and risking my life and everything and whatever you want. But in the end, this is fucking life. This is a pandemic. People that have bad health are gonna die. Old people are gonna die. And this is the fucking life cycle in the jungle. Don't take the risk to go to maybe, because there is always a percentage of maybe, to harm other people and force them to get something that they don't want to because others are going to die. This is not going to work. Like, okay, so every 10 years we're going to get pandemia, and maybe less, because as much as we go, as much as the temperatures go up, as much as the bacteria go up, as much as the viruses take strength and everything, so we're going to get pandemia all the time now, and we got to get used to that. It's the fact that, yeah, you're going to die, and that's bad, but that's fucking life, and that's sad, yeah, that to see people of 20 years old with no health problem, health issues, dying because of COVID. Yeah, this is I mean, traumatizing and whatever, but this is life. Like, do you think this is more so if we go on this ethical side, this means that, okay, because I see kids of 5 years old dying of cancer, I should give everyone chemotherapy? Like, this is nonsense. This is just the jungle. This is life. You have pandemia. People die about it. Yeah, okay. We do our best. We try to think about what we have done wrong. Again, learn from our mistakes, understand what's wrong in our general healthcare systems, try to enhance it, and get ready for the next one. But don't force everyone to get a vaccine. For example, I had 4 doses. I was forced to it. If I didn't get the dose of the vaccine, I get fired.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's my biggest thing with the vaccine. I'm not vaccinated at all, and I was never gonna get vaccinated because it was just shaky from the beginning. It didn't sound correct to me from the beginning. One, to even get it, because they were saying that it was to prevent it. First they were saying that it would stop it from spreading, and then it changed into, and that was just people saying that, and then it changed into it actually just prevents you from, or no, it doesn't prevent you from getting it. It just helps you with the symptoms if you did get it.
Well, it prevents for most of them. I mean, the numbers are very different from one vaccine to another, but it prevents generally 60% of the strong forms, like of the very, I mean, intensive care
Yeah,
COVID,
like
you know?
yeah, exactly. So like you wouldn't be like super. You can still get it. You just wouldn't get it to the max. Like you
Yeah. Yeah,
wouldn't
it's
be
like
hurt.
for the influenza, you know,
And
like the
it's
flu.
and they said that you also like it didn't like it still it didn't like stop it from spreading. You could still spread it, and it was really just for people that had like prior health issues, like you know what I'm saying, to stop them from getting that super serious case that in case they would have to actually be in the hospital, and now you know they can't breathe and they die because of it. You know what I'm saying, so, or some shit like that. So, but I just didn't feel like to force healthy people to get it. It was just like crazy to me. And like you said, you just see a change, and like the times are changing shit where it's like we go from like it's an option and it's all this kind of thing's always been an option to now you guys are trying to like make us do this, and it's just like all these yeah, we fucked up. I'm like fuck it, like I even like it was a cruise, like I got invited to a cruise to the Bahamas, and I wasn't gonna go because it was like right at the end of it, like the end of the pandemic, and they were like still like kind of on the whole you gotta have the jab or whatever. But they was also like they said that you can also like just change it where you can you can like get a test beforehand, and then you gotta pay for a test when you get there, and you gotta get
Yeah.
a test when you get off at every location. So I just was like, fuck it, we just gonna pay for them. Like I'm not about to I'm not getting no
Yeah.
shot.
That's also the point that like makes the credibility low in
And
the
you trying
sense
to
that
force it.
yeah, they forced it and they took a very big advantage of it, which is understandable because this is how they work and they don't have any fucking face or a conscience, so they use a pandemic to get rich and rich and rich, which is their general strategy. But like this is sad because scientifically, as I said again, and medically, this can get a point. Like it gets a point. I mean, it's interesting. It's an interesting like process, and it can help for many other stuff. But the problem is that the strategy, the way the government used it, the way that they took advantage from it,
Capitalism.
because they ruined everything. They ruined the trust in the healthcare system
Right.
and healthcare professionals, and they totally lost credibility. I mean, I lost credibility in my government 100% from the pandemic because it made all of the mistakes they've done during the pandemic and years before the pandemic to the light. You know, this was like this shit is the result of your lack of interest in the needs of the country, you know, of the world. Like this is so sad. And honestly, yeah, I got forced to get 4 doses, even though I have an autoimmune disease, which I inherited from my mom.
What's that mean?
My mom got diagnosed 6 years ago with a disease that is called lupus,
Oh,
which
okay,
is,
lupus.
yeah, it is an autoimmune disease. It means that all of your immunity system, attacks you back.
Like pop, 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 pop.
Yeah, for no reason. Like even if you normally it works when you have a
Just chilling
flu,
in
you
your
have
stomach
something.
and just punch you in the stomach.
Kind
Punch you
of,
in the
let's say.
kidney.
Yeah, let's say it that way. But yeah, so it means that like you're very fragile in the sense that it's already activated without having any infection or any virus. So as soon as you get just a little flu, it gets like it works exactly like the government pandemic.
It goes
Whoa.
into shut down this shit. Let's get it. Let's get this shit.
Yeah, and I have something kind of similar. Like it's not a lupus already, but I have kind of the same thing with my human system, in the sense that I have some abnormalities in my blood tests regarding my human system, and it's been 5 years, and they don't really know what it is, and honestly, I don't really know what it is either. They said that it might be just that my body is from part of the 0.01% of the people that don't lose that their baby cells, which creates this super weird human system, whatever. They don't really know. But like as soon as I have all of the papers from this, I have all of my blood tests that shows the abnormality and everything. And I've told all of my professors, all of the important person of the university. I went to see the director of the university, director, the chief of the hospital, and everything, to tell them like, okay, I'm not against the vaccine, I swear. I'm not against it, but like, I don't feel like doing it. I have something already wrong with my immune system, so I don't feel super comfortable. And I told them like, there is no one, like no doctor could have told me, okay, you should do it, or no, it's forbidden for you. One doctor told my mom it's forbidden for you. Then 6 months after, they changed their mind and they said, no, you should really get it. So like, I told them this is kind of not so sure, and everyone told me the same shit. They told me, you gotta do it. If you don't do it, you're fired. So I had to get 4 doses to be able to get to my shifts and get to the university and work during the COVID pandemic. So yeah, I feel like I really feel betrayed, kind of, because they used us so much during this pandemic. They used us. They promised us a lot of stuff, and then they split on us, literally, like they shit on us, because they were like, oh, now that there's the vaccine, you get it or you get out. And we were like, okay, so everyone was applauding every night for the healthcare people and telling, thank you, you are the heroes and everything. And now the government shit on us, the university shitted on us, everyone shit on us, and the people, because the people like felt betrayed by the government, so they lost trust in us.
Yeah.
So we had to deal with all of this. The people, honestly, people were some of them were super aggressive. Like they were coming for some random stuff in the hospital, and they were like talking to you like you're a fucking dog, and they were shouting on you and be like, shame on you, and you were like, my dad is not the chief of Pfizer. Like
You
I
know what I'm
didn't
saying? I didn't make this shit.
no, I didn't gain any sense. And honestly, if it is to get this, I would have took the millions. Fuck you. Like I would have took the millions, because come on, like,
Right.
you know, like this is crazy. And honestly, yeah, it hasn't been I mean, it was as a student, it was a great interesting moment of my career, I guess, because it's not like every year that you get to study in the context of a pandemic. So it was interesting. But it was like honestly really, really hard to deal with everything. And everyone also, like the teachers, the co-workers at the hospital, everyone was so stressed. Like everyone's so stressed. So the general atmosphere was so fucked up. Like everyone was shouting, talking bad. Like even some chief were like insulting some co-workers and some colleagues when something was going wrong. And you're like, wow. You know, it's like from one day to another, something happens and you don't really understand. But everyone is like stopping you in the street to tell you, thank you so much. Thank you for your job. Thank you for what you do. Everyone is like sucking your dick from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And in one day, you wake up and it was like, I'm gonna fuck you up. And you're like, what did I fucking do? Like, you know, this is emotionally out of control. So yeah, it was kind of weird. And honestly, a lot of people stopped. A lot of students stopped during this pandemic. Like they stopped their studies.
Yeah.
Because they said like they were not able to deal with this, which I don't really, let's say, I don't really understand, because you kind of signed for this, in the sense that you don't sign to get a bad treatment and everyone talking to you like shit, but and to work 90 hours a week, but you sign for health. So as soon as you sign for health, you basically sign for your life in the sense that you gotta accept and you gotta deal with it. You know,
Right. Yeah.
that's
I mean, but
you
how
can.
do you jump into healthcare and get all this money into like learning this and going to school and spend all this time and then this happens and you just be like, fuck this, I'm out. You can't just fuck this, I'm out.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense. But I think that
Not if you did it,
people,
because like if you, I mean, maybe if you just did it for like money, but if you did it for like, this is what you like to do, you're interested in it.
yeah, but honestly, 50% of them do it for the money. Yeah, this is why you have so many shitty doctors and so many shitty healthcare people, professionals. You have half of them that are angels, diamonds on earth, like
Yeah.
amazing people, and you're like, wow, I want to be like you. Like you're so amazing, so empathic, so. And 50% of them, you just want to split at their face because you think like, like, can I even call you a human at that point? Like, they
Exactly.
take interest and advantage of everything, poor people, they do so many bad stuff. But that's the problem. That's a job with responsibilities and power, in a sense, because okay, you don't have the government power, but tomorrow the president comes for a hard problem. Who's gonna save it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the doctor. So in the end, everyone is kind of under the control of the person that is going to be able to help you with your health.
Exactly, and that's the most important thing.
Yeah, so like that's the biggest power actually, because like okay, you can have a lot of money, but even if you have a lot of money and you have a
Your
health
health.
problem,
Look at
you're out. You're
Steve
gonna go.
Jobs.
That's the point. You're gonna go see a doctor. So like that's a big power you have in your hands, and like this power, it can be on a day to day something really, how to say, you don't really understand, like you don't really get the power. Like for example, a general doctor that sees people every day for flus and everything, you don't really get the power that he has, but actually he has a lot of power. If you have the beginning of breast cancer and he doesn't tell you, he's gonna kill you. And
Hmm.
he's just a general doctor. He takes like, I don't know, 20 minutes to see you and give you paracetamol or something, And he has a big power because he's responsible for your health. So I think that this, put it in good hands, can make one of the most amazing stuff on earth and between the humans and everything. And this can also like be the worst.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a big power to have. It's life or
It
death.
is. It is, but like you gotta understand, if you take it as a power or a responsibility, it depends. Some of them, that's the point, like some of them take it as a power, some of them take it as a responsibility. Personally, I take it as a responsibility in the sense that like somebody I worked and a lot of people worked to give me this knowledge and everything. So you gotta do something right with it. Like people depend on it. Like the biggest and the worst bombs and the worst guns and the worst bombs are like the one that touch the health of the people. Like you
Yeah,
want to kill a country, you just kill the health of the people.
yeah. What's that shit called? Chemical warfare.
Yeah, that's the worst actually. You still have like what they used in Asia,
The
like in some
nukes.
part of Asia.
The
They still have some,
Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
like in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, of course, radioactivity, but like some other parts, like they were testing some chemicals, and they were dropping USA. I think it was USA that was doing this. They were like dropping those chemicals on some villages, and it was like more than 70 years ago, I think, almost a century ago. and like people still have consequences. Babies are still born with a lot of problems, and so that's the best thing. You want to kill the country, you want to kill the world, you kill the health. Like the bombing strategies, why do they bomb the hospitals? They bomb the hospitals and they bomb the schools when they bomb, like in, I won't say the words because I don't know who's listening here and I don't want any trouble, but you know.
Yeah, nah,
When
I'm not
they're,
gonna get in too much into it.
yeah,
sure.
but you know, like when you're bombing hospitals and
I hear you.
schools, you're destroying literally like the population, because if you don't have education and you don't have education, so you don't have anybody to take care of the health, and you fuck up the health. So, you know, CQFD, like the cycle is done. You kill the population. This is the easiest stuff to do. Like you don't even have to do mass stuff and whatever. You just fuck up a hospital, fuck up just one hospital. Just one simple thing. Fuck up the informatic system of one small hospital. And you're going to see like how many troubles it's gonna make, it's gonna create. So yeah, that's all the point of this pandemic and everything, you know, like I feel like
to shake shit up.
Yeah, they've done a lot of mistakes.
Shake shit up and to make some money.
Yeah, that's the point. That's also why I choose also this specialty, you know, like I feel like I've given enough with the shifts and everything. Like I feel like I kind of have to take a little bit back from what I've given. Like,
is it a lot of debt? Or you have a lot of debt from all the school?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have. When I will finish, like for the moment, I manage it quite well, in the sense that for the moment I don't have debt for paying my 6 years of general. I've used a lot of the money. I mean, I was pretty lucky because like my mom is a doctor and my dad is a engineer.
So they got that bread.
Yeah, they have a good
they speak
situation.
5 different languages.
They have good situation. So I was really lucky and very lucky. That's the only thing I can say, because they had put in money for my studies and everything. So I don't have that much debt. So for the 6 years of general, it's actually paid. But now for the 6 years of, but for the 6 years of specialty, I've done something this year because I cannot pay anymore. I don't have anything left. So I've done something. Last year, I've bought an apartment here. I've done a, how do you say, credit at the bank.
You what?
What?
Like you said, you bought an apartment?
Yeah, like, here in Romania. Not mine, not this one.
Like,
but I've paid an apartment because here the apartments are really cheap, in the sense that they cost, like for, let's say for 60 square meters, you're gonna pay 70K.
Okay. So
it's not that expensive compared to Europe, let's say. And like the charges and taxes are really low here in Romania, and the rental and, how do you say, immobilier, the real estate is growing so much. Like for the past 6 months, they gained more than 8% on the real estate, which is actually more than Qatar and Dubai and whatever. And also Romania, they found a new source of gas, which means that this is the only actual country that is totally autosufficient on gas. They can provide not more than 90% of the gas of the country. So this is a really, really like outsiding country. And so this is such a good investment. And the thing is that here there are a lot of students that come every year for the medicine. So you're kind of pretty sure that you're always going to have somebody to pay the rent every month. So what I've done is that I've bought this apartment. I've took a credit, so I've indebted myself at the bank for 70K, and every month I put it some students there, and every month I get around I get 550 euros. Those, they go directly to the bank. I don't take any cents from this. But since last year, the apartment took already almost 15K.
So you rich. You making money. You out here doing your thing.
I'm doing my thing. I'm not rich for the moment. I'm counting every cent to pay my food, but
But you doing your thing.
I'm planning.
Because you got money going this way.
Yeah, I'm trying to do it going this way, in the sense
And
that
if you still got a career that's gonna make you even more money.
That's the point. I mean, I'm doing this not to get rich. I'm doing this to be able to pay my career, to be able to get rich. But like, this is only going to help me to pay my studies, because like I think in, not next year, but like in 2 years, I'm gonna sell it. So I've had the apartment for 3 years in total, and I'm gonna sell it, and I will take the marge, like the marge. I don't know how to say in English. And so from what I have calculated, without the growth and all of this shit and everything, blah blah blah, but normally it's supposed to go up. Like, there's no potential way, or a massive world war, but like, if there's a world war, I don't even see the point of making my specialty.
Right.
But yeah, if everything goes okay, I should be able to pay the 6 years.
Look, if you need a husband, because you are smarter than me, obviously, you're very pretty. You know what I'm saying? Just let me know. I'll be on the first flight to Romania. I will wait for you in the Drake, in my Drake voice. Because look, I'm trying to win.
Honestly,
you know 5 languages. Like, man, what?
It's not being.
Fuck America. I'm out. You know what I'm saying?
I'm out.
Fuck it. Fuck it. We out. I'm out.
No, but honestly, like, that's really, I had to really find a solution, because, like, first of all, how I thought about this was that a friend of mine from my class, which she's Romanian, and she bought her apartment. And I asked her, like, just randomly, I was like, oh, how much did you pay for that? I was like, oh, the apartment is quite cool. How much did you pay for that? And she said, like, 70K. And I was like, that's nothing. Like, that's nothing compared to the, And then I decided, like, the same week, I decided to go, because I've seen, she told me they are still building up other buildings and everything. So I went to the constructor and I just asked, like, randomly, like, do you sell apartments still? And they were like, yeah. So I had holidays to France 2 weeks later. So I took all of the information and everything. And when I came back to France, I discussed about this with my dad. And he said, like, this is actually, like, such a good idea, because we are still, like, all thinking about how to pay the specialty and everything, which is quite expensive. So he said, like, this is such a good idea. I didn't thought about this. I mean, we always think about investing in our own country. We never think about investing abroad. And, like, he said, Romania is such a good investment, actually. So I went to the bank and I asked, and they said, yes, they gave me the money, and blah, 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 and this is done. And it was, like, super easy. I just had to go, like, 3 times to check if the construction was going okay, because I don't know shit about that, I was all the time calling my dad and be like, okay, there is this button and this stuff. But in the end, it was way, way easier than I thought. And honestly, I'm also talking about this to my brother, because my brother is actually selling his apartment because he wants to make some investments. And he was thinking about investing in France again. And I told him like about this. I told him like, with the investment you have by selling your apartment in France, you can buy 3 in Romania.
How much was the down payment in Romania?
The
Like, how much did you have to bring? Like, how much to get the 70K?
yeah.
How much did you have to come? How much money did you have to? No money down?
No, you don't need money down. What you need is to be solvable in the sense that what I've done is that me, I'm a student. I'm a 6 year, I'm a general doctor, but I don't work already. I'm still going for studies. So this means that obviously I don't have money every month. I don't have a salary. But what is interesting is that my rent every month costs let's say 400 euros. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
400 euros, and I live with, let's say, 300 to 400 euros more. So every month, and I pay my taxes and charges. So every month I have to use around, okay, let's say 1,000. Okay, I live with this. I have the proof that every month I pay 1,000 because my dad helps me and everything, and I have. So that's the only thing they need to know. The only thing they need is to see if you are going to be able to pay for this. Are you going to be able to pay every month, let's say, 400 euros or 500 euros to give back the money? Yes, because I have 1,000 every month that I use. So I'm going to be able to pay that. Okay, we give them the money. And they need someone in case you're not able to pay. I've put it my dad.
So do you have to be like, so like, how is there another way that like, okay, I'm not going to school there, but I like maybe can I get it like if I come there with like say I got $7,000, like that's 10% of the
Yeah.
7K. I mean the 70K. So if I got the 10%, can I come there and be like, yo, give me a building? I'm about to get some people renting this motherfucker out. I'm gonna take that income and pay y'all to pay it off, and I'm gonna take the little side money off of it.
Yeah, but that's not exactly like, you don't even need to tell them like how you're gonna get the money every month, and that you don't even need to tell them.
But what if? But I like I'm not going to school there. You know what I'm saying?
You don't need to go to school. You can invest wherever you want. You want to buy a building in Brazil, you can buy a building in Brazil, whatever. Like,
So if
to
I
me,
if so I want to buy a building. What do I how much would I need to come out? Like what do I need to come with?
you only, okay, you need to come with a salary
Here
here.
it has to be there.
No, here in USA.
I can have my salary here.
Of course.
Okay.
Like, for example, you can also ask, like, it's kind of complicated for you to ask the bank in Romania in the sense that you're not Romanian. Me, I have the Romanian paper. So because I asked for it, because I study here, so I'm able to get the Romanian paper. So it was easier for me. But you can ask the money to an American bank. I don't know how it works there, but it's exactly the same thing. You go to your bank, you be like, okay, I have this project. I want to buy 2 apartments in Romania. Okay, for example, okay, if you take, I've done the calculation yesterday. I don't know about the taxes on debt in America, but for example, in France, it's around, let's say, 3% now, which is really high. So if you take, I don't know, 70K, you're going to have to pay 3% more. So it's going to be like really, it's a really high, how to say, I don't know how to say in English, but you get me. Like, it's really high.
Interest.
Generally, when you take money for real estate, it's not more than 2.5,
Right. It's
2.4.
really low.
Now it's super, super high because of the crisis and whatever. But still, it's still a good investment, even if it's high. Because, okay, you ask to the bank 200K. Okay? With 200K, you can buy 3 apartments, let's say. 70, 70, 70. Okay? around. Okay. Those 3 apartments, you put them all directly on rent. This rent is going to bring you 500, 500, 500 every month. So you have 1.5K, okay? This 1.5K, when you take the debt at the bank, you have, so you take 1.5 every month, and you took 200K at the bank. Okay. From this 1.5, let's say you give 1K every month, which is actually a big capability of paying back, because generally people are able to give 500 euros every month to pay back their debt, or 6, or 1K is actually a good thing. This means you're not going to take your debt on 20 years. You're going to take your debt on maybe 15
Right.
or 10. For example, my dad, he took almost this amount for their apartments, and he's given back every month 1.4K, and he almost finished paying in 10 years. So it's been 10 years now, he almost finished paying, because every month he was giving 1.4, sometimes 1.5. When he got more money, he was taking from his own salary, and he was giving 2K every month to be able to give back the debt in the last time as possible. You finish paying this in 10 years, and in 10 years you have 3 apartments that cost almost the double of the price.
Yeah, that might be the play. I ain't gonna lie. I might fly to Romania.
You have 3 apartments that cost, almost double of the price, or maybe, okay, from 70 you're going to go to maybe 100K, let's say, okay? So you have 300K, so you gain 100K in the whole process.
Hell yeah. Quick come up.
Yeah, so you've done 100K like this. You have them directly, because if you want to sell the 3 apartments, you sell them. If you want to keep them and have a rent every month, this means that every month for the rest of your life, you're going to have 1.5K without working, without doing anything, because you finish paying the bank in 10, let's say in 10 years, 15 years. So after 10 or 15 years of paying back the bank, everything that you gain are going to your pocket. So you don't even work, and you have 1.5K every month, like this, just like that.
Hell yeah.
Plus your work, because you're gonna work. So as soon as you finish paying this, you can do it again, and do it again, and do it again. So this is real estate.
Yeah, because I don't even have to be there for it to be operating. I could just fly there and fly back.
Not really. You gotta fly there and fly back at the beginning to finish everything, and to settle the situation. But then you take an agency. You take an agency that is going to. They are going to take care of the renting and everything. They're going to take a small percentage.
Exactly.
They're going to take a commission, small percentage.
That thing.
So they will always have to. You give them a percentage of the rent every month, but they're going to make sure that every month you have someone to pay. So, okay, you may be going to give them, I don't know how much, but let's say 100 euros every month. Okay? But you don't have to fly back and fly then. So you gain a lot of money and time. And you don't have to deal with anything. Just call them and blah, blah, blah. Okay, email, done.
Yeah. Hell yeah, that might be the play. Shit, I might be out there.
That's real estate. Like,
honestly, I'm tired of being in America. I'm about to start moving around. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I gotta start moving around. I'm about to get my passport, and I don't even want to be in one area. So, if I can start setting up shit like that and get shit set up where I could just make money here in this country doing that, make money in this country. You know what I'm saying? Just like,
You know, there
and
are some spots in Italy.
I always
Actually,
have different locate our own property in different places. So then that way I can go anywhere if I want to. I could be like, fuck it, I want
like
to go to Romania.
for example, in Italy, in some places of Italy, they're actually the government is giving houses for one symbolic euro, because they are like kind of lost in the middle of nowhere in villages that nobody takes care of them. So like the houses are like in a very bad, they are, you need to put like, I don't know, a bit of money to, to make them new again. But they give you the house for one symbolic euro, and they ask you to pay the minimum of, I think, 10 or 15K to take care of the house. But it means if you know how to use your hands, if you take the
You
materials
can pay
from
yourself.
Europe, you bring the material from Romania, you bring the material from Portugal, which is super cheap, you bring the material from Turkey, from whatever.
Is it easy? So see now, like in America, we don't really like our shipping system is different. So like, is it easy to get material from a different country like that? Like, it's easy to get some shit to come through.
Yeah, by road, yeah.
You know how to do all this. You know how to get
Yeah,
everything.
it's easy. You have so many websites. Like, you just call a guy with a truck. He comes, he takes the material at the place, and he brings it to your place. For example, like I've moved all of my stuff,
Yeah, you gonna have
my
to be my
car.
plug. You have to be.
I moved all of my house, like all of my
And
stuff,
you
my
know 5
furniture.
languages. Yeah, we gonna take over the world for sure. Watch, cause you
Yeah,
know
it's
5 languages. You gonna be the face. I'm just gonna be the. I'm gonna be the move maker, man. But yeah, nah.
easy.
I'm trying
You
to.
know,
I'm trying to
like the
collab.
house for 1 euro is actually an amazing thing because,
That
okay,
is. I can
it's
fix shit. I'm actually really handy, bro. Like I fix shit like by myself. So it's not even like fixing a house.
like you take 10K, okay, 10K, you fix the whole house, you make amazing fucking stuff, and then you put it on fucking Airbnb.
Airbnb.
Done.
Airbnb.
Easy shit.
And then
For 10K.
don't let me make money off of that one and get the joint right next to it, and then get the joint next to that joint, and then next thing you know, I own a whole little village in this motherfucker. And the village turned into a resort, and we popping. You know what I'm saying? Like,
For one fucking euro. For one symbolic euro. And like that, there are so many, like, honestly, I'm too focused on like my studies right now. This takes me a lot of time, and a lot of my mind is about to blow after every university courses and everything.
no, I feel it.
But there are so many
See, so you
things.
need somebody. You need somebody with free space that can be like, yeah, I'm with that. I'm gonna
It's
jump
like
into
the
that.
actions, everyone is now talking about crypto and blah 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 and trading and everything.
I'm not even
But
into crypto
honestly,
like that.
crypto and all of that, I don't care.
Yeah.
But there is
Real
something
estate.
that is, huh?
Real estate, property.
Real estate, property, and actions. Trading, like trading on actions. And this is like, if you have free time, the most easy shit ever. Like, for example, one of my best friends, he's an engineer. He's like 33 years old, and he gets an amazing salary. So like he has money to invest and stuff, and to make, of course, you have money brings money, so blah 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 blah. But like now he earns like around 10K a month with his job. And what he does is that he's he works in a company, in a petrol and gas company. So how, like, he knows a lot about all of these companies, what's going on, and blah 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 and whatever. And he takes money, some of his salary, like almost half of his salary every month. So he doesn't live like a guy that earns 10K a month. He lives like a normal guy. He takes half of his salary and he invests it in the actions, because he studies every fucking company, and he spends like hours getting to know, okay, this one is growing. This one, what is her project? Her project, okay, this is very interesting project. This should work in the next 5 years. I'm going to put some money in there. Put some money in there. And now it's been 3 years that he does this, and every month for the rest of his
They
life.
get dividends. You get
He's
little.
getting dividends, and now every month for the rest of his life, he's been doing this for only 3 years, and he gets 2.5K every month for nothing, not doing anything, not even checking an email. He doesn't do anything. Every month he gets 2.5K, just from spending time on his computer and investing small amounts there and there. And you can do this on every topic. Like, okay, you know about energies, do that on energies. You know about medicine, do that on every medical and, companies. You know about, I don't know, whatever, aviation, food, whatever.
Logistics.
But like, just like that. And all of the knowledge, you're probably going to take like 1 or 2 months getting to know, getting the knowledge, getting to understand the things. But after this 2 months spending all your day on your computer learning all of the shit, because internet is fucking amazing, so you can get everything from there, you can become a trader from your house. And that shit is so easy. Like my little brother, he's 19, and he actually does this.
That's what's up.
You know?
That's what's up. Yeah. I've tried to do like a little bit of forex trading and stuff. I don't really have the patience for it. I'm more in the like I was even trying to get real estate out here, but I think I'm probably gonna get some real estate out here, but I'm really gonna be intrigued into getting some real estate in Romania, like you said, and like looking into all the like different areas and different countries that are doing like it's Italy shit, like those
Like
kind of investments where I can be like, yeah, I got some property in in where everybody else in the United States have it, but I want some shit over there because I don't even know if I want to live here. Like I don't really fuck with the United
like
States.
that's the point. Like you for example,
I've
like
never
I
really
give you-
traveled around, and when I talk to people, everybody's like, "This like it sounds so lit everywhere else." It's like, bruh, I don't know if this is it, cause no funny, even just the islands where my family's is from, like Barbados and shit, like that's even more lit than being here. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
honestly, I'm
America.
telling you, like, for example, Romania is definitely not a country I want to live in, but definitely a country where I want to invest.
Make some money.
Yeah, and
Make
that's
some money
the
in
point.
make some money in any country. It don't matter.
Any
You know what I'm
country,
saying?
I don't give a shit. Send me to fucking
Send me to
Greenland.
Iceland,
I don't give a
motherfucker.
shit.
I'm gonna make some money.
Yeah, I'll go. And that's the point. Like, you gotta check. Like, there are 2 things. Let's say you gotta check 3 things. You gotta check the growth on real estate in the country, because it gives you like the growth every semester or trimester. So you gotta check the growth. You gotta check
Hold on.
like.
When you say growth, you mean the growth in development or growth in
real estate.
and the price?
In the price.
Okay.
Both, I mean both, but in the price. Like if you see that
They're building a lot.
yeah, like for example here in my city they're building a lot. In a lot of city in Romania they're building. So and here building doesn't cost that much, so it's easy for them to build. And like the thing is that you gotta check this, you gotta check a little bit on the politics and how the country is going. For example, here you see there is this gas thing in Romania, which is very, very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
This gas thing is such a key, because this means that the country is sufficient on something that actually the whole world is struggling, which means that they have something the others don't, which means that they are not going into a crisis. They are going to be like, oh, you want my shit? Okay, double the price. And that's how it's gonna go. So you gotta check that. This is actually what happens to Qatar and Dubai and Emirates. They have the fucking petrol and gas. What do you want to happen to them? Nothing. They have the source. So like if they have something like this, one source of something, is very interesting, because you can tell that they are going to, even if there is a crash, mondial, like worldwide crash or economic crisis, they're still gonna do good because they have one thing, they have a source. And then like you gotta check on on the location and opportunities you have there. For example, Romania, Hungary, Serbia a little bit less, but pretty much Romania, Hungary, they're very interesting because you have the students coming. They offer something that a lot of people come for. Like a lot of students come from Romania because access to medicine is very easy compared to the other countries. So you're going to be able to rent it easily.
Especially if I get it near the university.
That's the point.
Or near the hospital. Or near the...
Yeah. So you find a new construction near the hospital or near some commodity, near the metro, whatever. You know that it's in a city that is growing, you know that it's a city where you have a lot of people coming all the time, foreigners, students, whatever, that people come for this in the city, and low price because the how to say, the lei, for example, the money here is really low. So you can have it for an interesting price for a USA citizen or for a French citizen or whatever. Mm-hmm. So it's interesting for you. And then you just go like that. You check with the banks, whatever you can do, whatever you can get. The only problem is that, I don't know, for America, in France, it's a bit difficult to get money from the bank to invest on other countries. That's the only point. But like you can still manage to, you know, there are like so many different banks, and even if 1, 2, 3, 5 say no, maybe the 6th is gonna say yes. So like you don't gotta, you know, from the first door closed, you don't gotta say okay, fuck it. Like try it, and honestly, like this is the best move you can do. Invest on these kind of countries. Actually take care of the Eastern with Ukraine and everything. Like take care about what's going on and how they're involved in this shit and whatever. But yeah, you have so many good investments actually, because most of the people think it's a crisis, so they only check the banks. The bank, okay, they ask you 3% to take the money. It's enormous. Okay, it's a crisis. It's not interesting to invest, but that's actually not totally true. If you invest and you take advantage of the crisis, this is bastard strategy, but this is what everyone does. You take the advantage of a still poor country, but in development, and that's how you do it.
Yeah, I mean, there's countries that do that, so shit, why not take advantage of it as a person?
That's the point. Like, for example, Paris. Today, and any area in the center of Paris doesn't cost less than fucking million euros for an apartment. But for example, my one of my best friends in Paris, his grandfather bought an apartment in an area of Paris. It was like more than 80 years ago. And like nobody wanted to live there because there were rats, and there was the, how do you call that, we call this pest in France, you know, the disease that comes from the rats. I don't know how to say in English.
Black plague.
I don't know, whatever. Like there was a lot of, it was dirty and everything. Nobody wanted the apartment, so he bought it. He bought it for like, less than 30K, less. Today, his apartment cost 2.5 million euros.
Because he cleaned it?
No, because the area totally changed.
Oh. So he just bought it and he didn't even do nothing. He just held it for a little bit.
No, he lived in it. Oh. He lived in it. And then he was living there, and like he was saying like it wasn't that bad. And like my friend told me, because he died but a long time ago actually, but she told me like he used to say that it wasn't that bad. He lived in it, then he cleaned it, then, you know, time flies, then his children had the apartment, they changed a lot of things in it, and blah 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 blah, and now the apartment is so well located is so nice, and it cost more than 2 millions, and it's my friend's heritage. So he took something for 30K, and now his grandchild
Got two
has a
mils.
2.5 millions heritage of an apartment.
Right. That's lit. Yeah, it'd
And
be nice to be able to be like, yeah, have some real estate and shit. Well, wherever my kid is, to be able to have some real estate in different countries and shit like that. Go get some money out of
honestly,
there and
this is
sell that
such a
shit.
good, yeah. To me, this is such a good investment.
Forget about
Honestly,
it.
you just gotta
You might
think
forget
outside
about a
of.
real estate property or some shit like that, and then, you know what I'm saying? Come find out years later, like you said, that should be worth some millions now because they just built some new shit in that city or some shit. They
That's
got
what
some new
my
shit going
grandfather
on.
did actually in Algeria. Like it's crazy. Like he bought he constructed the family house, and it was a forest back then. It was a forest, and it was on the kind of on the top of the city, and it was a mess. And he constructed the house there, and as it was a mess and in the forest, he had like a really huge part of that forest for almost nothing. It was like peanuts. And he constructed the family house, and he decided to construct two houses there in the same garden. Two big houses, one of 4th floor and another one of 2 floors. And today, this forest, which used to be a forest, is actually the location of all of the embassies, which means the closest neighbor is the embassy of Saudi Arabia.
Mm-hmm.
In front of the house, we have embassy of Nigeria. The other way, we have the economics and imagine how much costs this shit right now. 12 million euros, the equivalent of 12 million euros. And he bought it in a forest because nobody wanted this. And to get, like, for you to understand, like, my grandfather, he came from, like, very low, like, very low areas of the city. He got stabbed in his heart when he was 17. Like, he was a bandit. Like, he was a bad guy. And he was, stealing and shit to eat and whatever. And he got his first job. He was a seller for suits. Then his second job and his third job and blah, 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 blah. Then he got money on every time he was working, he was keeping the money. He had this opportunity in the forest. He bought the spot. He constructed the house. It took him like about more than 10 years, I think, almost 15 years to construct the house because he didn't have the money to invest so much. And now he's like the king of the world. I mean, like, he has a property of 12 millions. He bought like 3 other buildings, and he has like more than 5 or 6 apartments.
Yeah, I gotta get on my game.
Yeah.
Time, man.
That's what I'm telling you. Like,
I'm gonna do it too. Like, I went to school for music production, so I went to school for music, which is like just like a waste of a degree. But I'm still gonna get it. I'm still gonna be rich as fuck. I'm still gonna have a lot of property. Like, it's not that hard.
it's not that hard. You just
making
got,
the right
honestly,
moves.
you gotta be smart, and I think you gotta be smart and think outside of the box. Like, the thing is that it seems to be totally impossible when you think about it like that, because you're like, I don't have money. How am I gonna start? How am I gonna do?
No, it's not
But
even about having money. You can get money. You get a little bit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Even with like certain places, like you can get like the 10%, the 15% to get that like 70K, that 100K building. You know what I'm saying? And here, 100K building is like it's in the hood. It's not that good. Like, that's my plan here, was to get a 100K multifamily unit. They got like different units, and it's not like, it's in the hood. It's a little bit beat up, but like I know how to naturally like fix shit. I know how I can put shit together. I can bring the property value up. I know there for sure. I probably live there too, and just act like I'm like the super. I wouldn't even tell people that I'm the main, like, you know what I'm saying? Act like I'm just the maintenance man, and you know, just collect the rent and shit like that from the other units, and just try to fix up the unit as it go, and then, you know what I'm saying, pay it off with the money, and then maybe get another unit, and do the same thing. You know what I'm saying? And then just after that, though, I didn't really know what I was gonna do after that. I thought I'd maybe like try to get some fancy shit or something like that. But the next place sound like fuck, like, you know what I'm saying? Get the fuck about America, leave that shit making money on autopilot, and start doing that. You know what I'm saying? The hit the Romania joint, get that
That's the
popping.
point.
Hit the Italy joint, get that popping. You know what I'm saying?
That's the point. Like, you can totally, like, as I told you, like, that's what I've been telling my parents all the time. Because, for example, my dad is, like, he's into that and everything, but he got into that kind of late, let's say, and he's still, like, in the oldie mood, in the sense, like, you gotta buy an apartment and you gotta make some money, and then you gotta buy another apartment for your kids, you know?
Right, like it's like, and that's how my grandmother is. She wants to, like, she has a property now that she is in Georgia, and she's trying to sell it. She's in the process of, like, literally really about to close to selling it, like in the next couple months, like this month or next month. And she wants to take the money, and she wants to start a trucking company, and she wants to buy a property in Florida, like another property.
Yeah.
I get, but it's because she's old, so she wants to have this trucking company started, so she can have a company to pass on, and she can have her own, like, retirement home type of thing, like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm telling her, like, you know, about this, like, this multifamily unit is the wave, because we don't even need, like, she's like so old fashioned where she wants to put the money down, she wants to pay the money full with the truck. She doesn't want to lease the truck. She wants to buy the truck. And I'm just like, bro, you can lease the truck. You can still have capital. We don't have to just buy every fucking thing. Use your credit. Like,
That's the point.
let's credit
Like,
this shit out. Let's spread this
yeah.
shit out, and let's make as much shit possible. Cause that, like, really, that multifamily unit is income. Like, fuck just living there. Fuck just having a place to stay. I could live at the bottom unit and have a place to stay. You know what I'm saying? That's my whole point. Like, I could live there and still make money from this unit, and that unit. If it's 4 units, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's bread, and I don't even have to pay the rent. That's paying the mortgage. The 2 units is paying the mortgage. The other unit is paying, like, just paying, like, you know what I'm saying, the utilities and shit, a little extra money. And I'm not even paying their utilities. That other unit is just paying me extra money. Plus me still doing the work I'm doing out here is making the money that got me here in the first place. It's just like, now I can stack that money, and all right, let me make another one. Let me get another one. And now I got 2 or 3. And it's just like money coming in on
That's the
autopilot.
point. Like, as I told you, like, the problem is, like, they're a bit old fashioned, and my dad, I mean, he's done some good investments, but how to say, like,
He
he's
got
done some
lucky
good
too.
investment, and like the two, I mean, I think he has like 2 or 3 apartments, and one where they live, and one other investment, and one other. And like, there's some good investment, but the problem is that he kept, like, into that old fashioned, not wanting to think outside of the box and everything. And I've told him so many times about this, and my little brother especially, because he's really, really into this. So we've told him, like, there are so many interesting opportunities. The problem is that, as I told you, he's the father of family and everything, and he was like, I have too much responsibility to stay here and be sure that I'm going to maybe make less money, but be sure that
This
you
is
have
for
something,
sure.
guys, and everything.
Yeah.
And I'm always telling him, okay, thank you, but the thing is that, like, how to say, like, this apartment, for example, that he bought for us, I'm always telling him that I don't think I'm gonna come back to France, honestly, to work and everything. I think I want to stay, I don't know where, but I don't want to come back to France, because to me, like, there are so many things that I disagree with, and I don't feel like this is going to be, like, a good atmosphere for me for a life. So I kind of experienced for a long time now living abroad and living in Europe and moving and being alone and stuff, and now I'm so used to it that I've opened so much my mind about other countries and stuff, and now I can get used to the life wherever you put me.
Right.
Like
Same.
you put me in another country, I go, I make my grocery, I cook, I shower, I go to sleep. I mean, this is like exactly the same. So I'm telling him all the time, I don't think I'm gonna come back because I don't want to limit myself to a country where I'm going to have to pay 60% of taxes and like and work like a fucking dog. And in the end, I can get rich there, of course, with my job. But there are other places where I can live better life with a bit of nature, with a better atmosphere,
Save more
and
money.
more money. So, and even if I have less money, whatever, I have a better life. I have a better atmosphere. I feel
Right.
good when I wake up in the morning. I'm like, positive vibes. So I'm telling him all the time, you don't understand this way of thinking because you didn't really experience it. But I'm all the time telling him to invest here and everything. Now it's a bit too late because he invested too much for the family and everything. So it's kind of hard for me, for him. But I'm trying to push my. I'm not sure 100% because I'm not a real estate. I didn't get any courses of that or anything. I'm a
But you
doctor.
don't
I'm
need
not.
it no courses. Shit, you made it work.
But you don't need because this is kind of logical. I mean, this is simple math, really simple math. You don't have to do algorithms to get how it works. Like this plus this minus this, you apply it by okay, this percentage that I have to pay, okay, and this and this and this. This makes okay. If this is interesting, I'll do it. If it's not, then fuck it. But yeah, there are honestly so many things that you can do now. And I feel kind of frustrated because I've done only this for one apartment, only to pay for my studies. Because I mean, I'm not able to take more from the bank now. They're not going to give me more as I'm a student still, and blah, 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 blah. And I'm already very happy because this is very comforting for me to know that I'm not going to have to stop because I don't have the money. But it's very frustrating because if I was listening to myself, I would be playing Monopoly right now. I feel like I buy this, no, 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 no. I will be so into that because this is so interesting, and I'm pretty sure that there are so many things that we are missing. Like family apartment. Like my dad, he wanted to move to maybe buy a house or something because they were tired to live in the apartment. Although the apartment is huge and they have a lot of space and everything, and he wanted to sell it. So he called a real estate agent to get an expertise on it and to get to know how much it costs and everything and blah blah blah. And I told my dad like what as soon as he told me about this, I told him don't sell, and he was like, what? And I told him fucking don't sell. I told him from a really simple thing. A friend of mine was looking for an apartment to rent. It took him almost 6 months to find, more than
Oh,
6 months to find
so
to
there's
rent.
no
So I
profits with
told
it.
him like, don't sell. People, there are not enough apartments for the number of people that wants to come to live here. So I told him like this is clear. I don't even need to check on the internet. I don't even need. I just see. You see how many people are now in the city, and you see how many people are going to avoid the very very big cities and everything. Our city, I told him, our city is like you have everything. You're pretty close to the center. It's cheaper. You have all of the community, schools, hospitals, you have everything. You can do your grocery, big grocery stores and everything. I told him like this is gold. So I told him in probably 5 years, this is going to explode. And furthermore, in front of the apartment of my parents, they're making a tramway.
Oh what?
It's like an outdoor subway.
Okay.
So it's going to connect the area of my parents to the, let's say, the city center, the big city center. Like a very big project. So I told him like it's gonna take so much value. And as soon as the agent arrived, he was like, "Why did you call me for here? Because you want to sell?" And my dad said, maybe. And he said, are you crazy? Don't sell. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Don't sell your apartment right now. It's gonna cost you the double in 3 years. So he decided to not sell. And I told him, like, yeah, it's maybe a shame because you want to go to live in a house and everything, but this is like a stupid thing to do right now. Or you want to sell and fuck it, no regret, whatever, sell it. And with this money, go to live in another fucking country. Buy something at, I don't know, 60K in a country where you can buy for 60K an amazing house, typically Malaysia. Like, Malaysia is amazing. You have a good healthcare system. They are very, very nice people. The country is actually great. There is no.
What language do they speak out there?
What?
What language is there? Like, is it English?
No, they speak a bit of English, but they speak Malaysian.
Malaysian?
Yeah, but I was like, you're fucking 60 years old with mom. You don't need to speak with people. Speak English or stay in your because with 60K you can get a fucking huge house in front of the sea and everything.
Yeah.
You go to a hospital, they're probably going to speak English. So what do you need more? 60K, you buy an amazing house. You have all of the rest of the money of the apartment you sell, buy other properties.
Right. Hell yeah. Airbnb that bitch out. Do that with that. You know what I'm saying? Get another joint somewhere else that's really nice.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. No, but that's the point. Like, I'm always telling them there are so many options, and I don't know. I feel like, yeah, people just don't think about all of the potential opportunities. Because when you think, I don't know, you think Malaysia, you're like, Malaysia. But like, go there for a few weeks and going to see how people live there.
Though, hey, I'll go anywhere, man. You know what I'm saying? It don't even matter to me. It's not even about the country. It's about the vibes, like you said, the views, the scenery, and shit. Just what's everything going on in there, man. That's really what it's about.
Yep. My God.
We've been talking for a minute.
Oh, what?
I said we've been talking for a minute.
Yeah. Oh my God, real estate and shit. Yeah, I guess I should go to sleep probably because I have to go to university tomorrow.
Oh, you got school tomorrow?
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out because people.
Somebody's calling me. Sorry.
No, don't worry. They said.
What'd you say?
Tomorrow. Well, because tomorrow I was supposed to have a lab in anatomy, but it seems like we don't. I don't understand the shit of what she said. Whatever, I will go, and if I don't have class, I will go back home. Whatever.
So you don't work every day?
No, this year I don't really have much clinical and much hospital shifts because this is my last year of the general cycle.
Okay.
So technically I have to prepare my thesis, actually what I'm doing. So we have like much more free time because they know that we have to prepare for the thesis and the end of the first cycle. So I don't have so many classes and I don't have a lot of clinical. So this is great. I mean, I'm chilling. This is really great.
That's dope.
Yeah, that's like probably the first year since the past 6 years that I don't really work on weekends. I don't really study that much. I mean, I don't study that much. I still have my courses here and everything, but you know, I don't. It's chill.
Yeah, you just get to relax.
Yeah, I have them close to me because I'm so used to, but it's fine. But yeah, for tomorrow, I don't. Honestly, I don't get what they're saying. Wait, I just gotta read it. 1 second.
You good? Yeah, I'm glad I got your Snapchat. We gotta stay in contact, man, for sure. Cause I'm definitely gonna be. I'm gonna be making some moves. I'm gonna be out there soon, man. So.
You gotta move, discover a bit of Europe. I'm pretty sure you're going to find it.
I am.
You're going to like it. I mean, it's so different.
I'm gonna be out there for sure. I'm damn sure gonna be trying to make some investments too. I ain't gonna lie. That's the next play. Once I get everything under wraps in here, I'm gonna make some investments out there. I got no kids, nothing, so keep
That's the point. Like, this is the moment to do it, you know?
Exactly. I got no family. I can move around. I can really just go.
Yeah, like you should take the money from the bank in the United States and then
Just dip on them.
disappear.
Funny.
No, but you know, I don't really know how it works there though, with the banks and everything. I don't know how easy it is. In France, they are a bit annoying
That's
because
annoying.
when you invest in other countries and stuff, they are afraid of this. They are afraid that you go with the money and they won't find you again.
Probably
So
the same in America.
probably the same, yeah.
But that's why I gotta do the investment here and get that under wraps, and then I can just take the money, the capital I got, and and use the income from the properties.
Yeah, that's it. Like you
And
can start
that'll
you can start in the United States and then
my world takeover trilogy.
that's the mindset you gotta have, you know.
Take over the world.
Yeah, because if you start with an oh no, it's not possible, you're not gonna do anything.
Oh no, it's very possible. It's done.
That's very possible.
It's done. They're done already. I could already see it. I can see it, man. It's gonna be lit.
Yeah. I mean, I can see it too, but just not now. Just gotta be patient.
You gotta work towards it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
So yeah, I guess I'm probably gonna go to sleep because I cannot understand a shit of what they're saying about tomorrow.
Okay.
So I guess I'm just gonna go to uni and be like, you know, just wait until something happens. And yeah, if I don't have class, I will go back home. I think I will have class, but I just don't know at what time.
Better be safe than sorry.
Yeah, that's the point. Like,
what time is it over there?
Huh?
What time is it over there?
1 a.m.
Damn. Yeah, you need to go to sleep, man.
Yeah, I know.
It's 6 p.m. over here.
Wow, that's so cool. I wish it could be 6 p.m. right now.
Right. Damn, man. All right, get you some rest. I'll hit you up on Snapchat.
Sure.
It'd be dope if we could video chat again. I don't know how, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
Definitely. Enjoy your night. That was so cool.
That's it. I'm done with the stream, y'all. I'm tired as fuck. Long ass stream.